Chapter 986. A serious cheater has been discovered and will be punished. The transparent elder's words sounded in everyone's ears. Who cheated? Someone immediately asked. The four princes could only communicate with the members within the maze palace, and the people outside couldn't do anything. This meant that the cheater was most likely a member of the maze palace. What kind of punishment will they give? This has happened in the past Crown Prince trials as well. The punishment should be that the cheater will be in a disadvantageous situation or be restricted in some way. The eyes of an experienced, quasi-sacred lord twinkled. However, they didn't know who the cheater was, and they didn't know what this transparent elder's standards were. Within the moving maze palace, meow meow, the little thieving cat suddenly appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder and pointed at Zhao Feng's left eye with a gloating expression. Zhao Feng immediately used his left eye to look at the little thieving cat. Meow meow. The little thieving cat immediately dodged Zhao Feng's gaze and turned into a streak of light that disappeared into the misty spatial world. Looks like I'm the cheater, Zhao Feng concluded from the little thieving cat's performance. He didn't know what would happen if he used the power of his left eye. The Heaven's Legacy City's punishment didn't seem very good. At the same time, a cold robotic voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind. Because you have an item or device that can release the light of transparency, you have severely damaged the essence of the moving maze palace and affected the fairness of the game. Therefore, you will receive the following punishments. First, you will expose your location. Everyone in the maze palace will be able to sense your approximate location. Second, you are not allowed to leave the game in the middle unless you lose 3 times the normal amount of draconic providence. Third, you will be discriminated against by the other non-player characters, and you will be the villain. Zhao Feng paused for a long time before speaking. This is the punishment. Zhao Feng let out a breath. He originally thought that the Heaven's Legacy City would punish him or something. Looks like I was exaggerating. The 3 punishments just then were only for the game. It only made the cheaters fall into a disadvantageous position in the game. This is even more convenient. Zhao Feng suddenly laughed. The first punishment was to allow all the members in the maze to sense Zhao Feng's location. This way, the other members of the labyrinth would move closer to Zhao Feng. If this happened to other people, it might be a nightmare, but Zhao Feng liked it very much. The second rule was that everyone else had to lose 100% of their draconic luck to leave. But Zhao Feng had to lose at least 3 times that amount before he could leave. However, Zhao Feng did not think that his score in the mobile maze would be negative. Therefore, this punishment was completely ignored by him. The third punishment is being discriminated against by non-player characters. Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment. He couldn't think of anything that would be disadvantageous to him. As for being the villain, Zhao Feng didn't care at all. After all, everything in the scenario was fake. All in all, Zhao Feng didn't feel like these 3 punishments would affect him much. In fact, the first punishment was actually a reward for him. At the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in the minds of all the members in the maze palace. You can now sense the approximate location of the cheater. Defeating the cheater will give you even more rewards. Apart from Zhao Feng, all the other members were stunned. Who's the cheater? This was the first question in everyone's mind. Furthermore, defeating the cheater would give them even more rewards. Therefore, everyone started to head in a certain direction uncontrollably. 9th Prince, tell Olding and Su Qingling not to look for the cheater. Zhao Feng knew some things through Jing Kai, so he messaged the 9th Prince. When members of the same team met, they had to go through the scenario. Therefore, the princes usually told the members in the maze palace to split up. Brother Zhao, are you a cheater? The 9th Prince stuttered. Pretty much. Zhao Feng replied simply. He didn't know that doing this would be considered cheating. Okay. The 9th Prince's expression darkened. As expected, no matter what Zhao Feng did, he would be different from the rest. While everyone was familiarizing themselves with the rules and environment of the game, Zhao Feng had already started to cheat. Zhao Feng, the punishment for the cheater. The ninth prince was slightly worried. The transparent elder in the sky didn't say who the cheater was or what the punishment would be. You don't have to worry about that. They're all unimportant punishments. Zhao Feng quickly said. His left eye saw through the metal wall and saw several figures. Okay, be careful. Seeing that Zhao Feng wasn't willing to say anything, the ninth prince didn't ask any further. Old Ing, Su Qingling, don't get close to the cheater. He's Zhao Feng. The ninth prince immediately messaged the two. On the other side, the cheater should be in this direction. I just don't know how far away he is. Shi Peng from the Earth Demon cult, from the 13th Prince's team, had a solemn expression. Even though he didn't know the true identity of the cheater, he still unconsciously got closer and followed the direction in his mind. Shi Peng, watch out. Zhao Feng is next to you. The ninth prince immediately messaged after seeing Shi Peng's situation. It was obvious that the 13th prince wasn't able to observe and command too many people at the same time. Zhao Feng is nearby. Shi Peng's heart shook, and he quickly retreated. He obviously knew that he wasn't Zhao Feng's match. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had many tricks up his sleeves. He had a certain advantage in this complicated and ever-changing environment. Hee, you want to run? Zhao Feng revealed a cold smile as he spread his scarlet wings of lightning and used the lightning wings flying technique to travel through the maze palace. Shi Peng couldn't see Zhao Feng, so he only listened to the 13th prince's commands and escaped. He wasn't very agile in the moving maze palace. On the other hand, Zhao Feng could see Shi Peng and locked onto him. He controlled the terrain around him and smoothly traveled through the maze palace, soon catching up to Shi Peng. Wang, the scenery around them, started to twist. In a bustling city, there was a lot of noise. Zhao Feng and Shi Peng stood on a red martial arts arena. It's over. It's an arena? Shi Peng's heart dropped. He had personally seen Zhao Feng defeat Sacred Lord Dark Soul. He didn't have any confidence fighting Zhao Feng at all. You two have fought to a draw, but I only have one daughter. How about this? My daughter will throw a ball, and whoever catches it will be the son-in-law of the Chun family. A chubby, middle-aged male said with a warm smile from a tall building that was 100 yards tall in front of the arena. Shi Peng raised his head and looked around. Below the arena, there are sounds of congratulations. The two of you are very skilled. Congratulations. I wonder who will be able to marry the daughter of the Chun family. In the festive pavilion, a beautiful woman in a red wedding dress looked at Shi Peng shyly. She had an apricot face and peach cheeks. Several young maids and a chubby middle-aged male were next to her. It's not a martial arts duel? Shi Peng was overjoyed. In this setting, he and Zhao Feng were both here to participate in the joust for a spouse, but the two of them had fought to a draw. From the looks of it, whoever catches the ball will be the winner. Zhao Feng started to think. The beautiful female in the building looked at Zhao Feng and revealed a look of disdain. Father, that youth is really ugly and he has no aura at all. He's wearing very poor clothes, and he gives off a weird stench from head to toe. The daughter of the Qin family whispered in her father's ear. Daughter, now that you mention it, I feel the same way. The chubby middle-aged male inspected Zhao Feng with disgust. On the other hand, this middle-aged male is very mature and steady. His eyes are filled with the vicissitudes of life. How heroic! The face of the beautiful female in the joust for a spouse instantly went red as she looked at Shi Peng. The conversation between the two obviously didn't escape the ears of Zhao Feng and Shi Peng. This is... Shi Peng froze on the spot and blushed. He suddenly felt that he had become the main character in this duel. The key characters in the scene seemed to have an inexplicable liking for him. This is the so-called discrimination of non-player characters. Zhao Feng was speechless. As expected, he was severely discriminated against by non-player characters. Whoosh! On the building, the woman looked at Shi Peng with affection and threw the ball. What? Shi Peng immediately shouted. He and Zhao Feng stood on either side of the arena. But now, the beautiful female actually threw the ball directly at Shi Peng. Shi Peng was a little embarrassed. Zhao Feng, I'll take this round. Shi Peng immediately jumped out and flew toward the ball. Humph! Zhao Feng snorted angrily. He finally understood that the third punishment almost made Zhao Feng the weaker party in the duel. According to the settings, he and Shi Peng couldn't fight and could only fight over the ball. However, the ball flew toward Shi Peng and was very far away from Zhao Feng. If Zhao Feng's opponent was a sacred lord, Zhao Feng might have lost. Meow meow. The little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder and patted Zhao Feng, as if it was comforting Zhao Feng. It then twisted its body and took off the dark golden necklace from its neck. The dark golden necklace quickly turned into a bow. Wang, the little thieving cat, pulled the bowstring. A dark golden ray of light shot out and hit the red ball. Whoosh! The dark golden ray of light took the ball and retreated. The little thieving cat's weapon had been modified by the Heaven's Legacy City, and its soul had increased dramatically. Zhao Feng took the ball. What? How is this possible? Shi Peng looked at the bow in the little thieving cat's hands in shock. Since this hero has received the silk ball, I will betroth my daughter to you. The chubby, middle-aged male in the building sighed. The ball that Zhao Feng received turned into a bright red flower, and a faint fragrance entered Zhao Feng's nose and calmed his mind. Victor, Zhao Feng. A surge of draconic providence then entered Zhao Feng's dragon jade. Shi Peng, I already warned you, but Zhao Feng still caught up to you and you even lost. The 13th prince's angry roar sounded in Shi Peng's mind. Wang. The scenery around him disappeared, and Zhao Feng appeared in the maze palace once more. Just a moment ago, the general location of the cheater disappeared from everyone's minds. Now, Zhao Feng had randomly appeared in another part of the maze. Everyone felt a direction being pointed in once more. The cheater is in that direction. Many people started to move toward Zhao Feng. Chapter 987. Good job, Zhao Feng. The 9th prince couldn't help but say. Up until now, Olding and Jing Kai had each won 2 matches. Su Qingling tried to avoid fighting under his command, so she didn't win or lose. On the other hand, Zhao Feng had won 3 matches. This meant that his team had won 7 matches. This kind of result should be the best among the 4 princes. The 9th prince obviously knew why. The reason why Olding was able to win 2 matches was because of his careful command. The 9th prince only needed to focus on Olding and Su Qingling, so he was very relaxed. On the other hand, the other princes had at least 5 or 6 people entering the moving maze palace. The 13th prince's team had the most people. 7 people entered the moving maze palace. The other princes had to observe the situation of several people at the same time, communicate with them, and command them. However, they weren't strong enough and made many mistakes. Damn it, Zhao Feng! The 13th prince instantly cursed. He was a member of the labyrinth, and he encountered Zhao Feng and lost. Your Highness, this Zhao Feng seems to be purposely causing trouble for our team members. This Zhao Feng is too damned. It's not like we've offended him. The members behind the 13th prince chatted. The 13th prince's expression became dark. He had just realized that Zhao Feng seemed to be purposely targeting his team members. You want me to lose? The 13th prince harumphed in anger. Sacred Lord Black Demon, Zhao Feng is to your right. The 13th prince gave Sacred Lord Black Demon directions the instant Zhao Feng returned to the maze palace after his duel scene ended. There were 2 sacred lords in his team that had entered the moving maze palace. Only these 2 sacred lords had a chance of beating Zhao Feng. He he he. Zhao Feng saw Sacred Lord Black Demon approaching him, so he avoided him and started to search for other people nearby. As long as he finished the duel scene, he would randomly appear in the maze palace, and it would be extremely difficult for Sacred Lord Black Demon to find him. Unless Zhao Feng appeared next to Sacred Lord Black Demon, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Another Sacred Lord. Zhao Feng was startled. He quickly changed his route and dodged the attack. A bolt of white lightning bolted through the maze. He had a head full of white hair, but his expression was unusually grave and stern. This person was the #1 expert of the 4th Prince's team, Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning of Sky Suspension Palace. The method he adopted now was the same as what Zhao Feng had just thought of. He would charge around in the maze and kill whoever he met. Zhao Feng continued to search for his next target after avoiding Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning. Let's deal with 13th Prince's and 8th Prince's teams first. In the 3rd round, only 2 princes would advance. The number of matches won by all the members would be determined. The 2 princes with the lowest number of victories would be eliminated. Therefore, he had to lower the number of wins for these 2 princes. The only way was for Zhao Feng to initiate a duel with them and emerge victorious. There was a certain degree of fairness in deciding the winner based on the number of victories. This was because the number of people did not affect the fairness of the game much. If there were too many people, they might be able to win more times, but they might also lose more draconic providence. If that was the case, they would definitely lose the 4th round. The main purpose of this round was to test the princes. Not only did they have to command their members and obtain more victories, they also had to ensure the amount of draconic providence they had. This required a very precise and decisive analysis. The 9th Prince's draconic providence is too little. Zhao Feng needed to lower the number of victories for these 2 princes, while also taking more draconic providence. Otherwise, how could the 9th Prince defeat the 4th Prince? Although Zhao Feng's flying beasts were collecting draconic providence with their dragon jades, 2 of his spiritual pets had already met with an accident. Zhao Feng was busy when these 2 spiritual pets met with an accident, so he didn't have time to help them. Therefore, Zhao Feng couldn't place all his hopes on his spiritual pets. Furthermore, if they couldn't win the 3rd round, it would be useless no matter how much draconic providence Zhao Feng collected. Yu Tianhao. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. Yu Tianhao was quickly approaching him. The 8th Prince was most likely pointing him in the right direction. If that's the case, then let's have another round. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. He still remembered Yu Tianhao's declaration of war against him during the fights for the spots. He obviously wouldn't not give Yu Tianhao face. Zhao Feng! Yu Tianhao's expression changed. The scenery around them changed. The 2 of them appeared in a courtyard surrounded by magnificent golden palaces. Zhao Feng, let's have a showdown. Battle intent surged in Yu Tianhao's eyes, and a limitless surge of intent was about to burst out of his body. That's what I was thinking. The bloodline within Zhao Feng's body started to boil. However, at this moment, a young mistress from a big family walked over with a slightly angry expression. I want to see the battle between spiritual pets. The young mistress yelled at Yu Tianhao and Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng and Yu Tianhao looked at each other. It was obvious that they were going to ignore this young mistress and fight first. Aren't the 2 of you beast tamers in my family? I want to see the battle between spiritual pets. The young mistress became even angrier when she saw that the 2 didn't respond. And you, I don't like you. I don't understand why there's such an ugly beast tamer in the family. The young mistress seemed to be even angrier when she saw Zhao Feng, and she started to curse at Zhao Feng. Yu Tianhao was instantly dazed. Why would the characters in the battle scene look down on Zhao Feng so much? Zhao Feng was speechless. Even if the characters in the scene looked down on him, they didn't have to use his appearance every time. She immediately messaged Yu Tianhao. Yu Tianhao, looked at the young mistress and said with a smile, "Miss, we have something to do now. Can you wait for a moment? I'll definitely perform the battle between spiritual pets for you." Yu Tianhao completely repeated Zhao Feng's words. He also knew that he couldn't attack the characters in the scene casually. The young mistress stared deeply into Yu Tianhao's eyes and blushed. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, the non-player characters in the scene would have a good impression of Zhao Feng's opponent. "No, I want to see the battle between spiritual pets." The young mistress's expression changed, and she said again, "Yu Tianhao, I'm sorry." Zhao Feng shook his head. The plot setting in the battle scene was relatively rigid. It seemed that it couldn't be changed. Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and a little wind wolf appeared. Yu Tianhao's face was gloomy, and he frowned. He felt that his true essence and bloodline seemed to be bound by some rules and couldn't be operated. But he didn't have a spiritual pet either. "I admit defeat." After a long time, Yu Tianhao lowered his head and said unwillingly. He didn't expect that he and Zhao Feng would have such a battle scene. In the end, he lost to a king-level beast. A surge of draconic providence flowed into Zhao Feng's dragon jade, and Yu Tianhao disappeared from this dimension. "Hey, here's your reward." The young mistress didn't like Zhao Feng, so she threw down a few precious ores and left. The scenery around him then disappeared, and Zhao Feng returned to the maze palace. "As I thought, luck is indeed very important." Zhao Feng felt sympathy for Yu Tianhao. Even he felt that Yu Tianhao lost unjustly. The draconic providence in the dragon jade is about to reach its limit. Zhao Feng stopped and returned the draconic providence to the 9th prince. At the end, Zhao Feng left behind a piece of draconic providence. Whoosh! Zhao Feng started to search for other members. Zhao Feng has already won 7 times in a row. Sher Yulei couldn't help but exclaim. Apart from Zhao Feng's excellent record, Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning had won 5 times in a row. Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning wasn't just strong. He also knew a bit about geography, spiritual pets, and herbs. Even Jing Kai only has 3 wins and 1 loss. The 9th prince had an excited expression. On the other hand, Su Qingling didn't have any wins under the 9th prince's precise command. "Your Highness, the 9th prince's team is a bit weird. They have a very high number of wins." A quasi-sacred lord behind the 4th prince asked as he looked at Zhao Feng, who was walking through the maze palace. "That's good. If the 9th prince can pass, then he will definitely lose in the 4th round." The 4th prince spoke as he talked with the members in the maze palace. And there are only 4 of them in the maze palace. Their efficiency in gathering draconic providence is limited. Senior martial brother Zhuge agreed with the 4th prince. The 9th prince had too little draconic providence. It was almost impossible for him to become the crown prince. On the other side, the 13th prince gritted his teeth as he stared at Zhao Feng. "This brat is indeed targeting my members." If his members didn't fight against Zhao Feng, their records were quite good. However, every time Zhao Feng found his members would lose to Zhao Feng. Not only did they waste time, but they also lost draconic providence. Could this Zhao Feng be a cheater? The 13th prince suddenly exclaimed. He had paid a lot of attention to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's actions were extremely fast, and his target was very obvious. It was as if Zhao Feng had a map of the moving maze palace. Zhao Feng defeated his opponent again and returned to the maze palace. Xian Wuheng. Zhao Feng's left eye saw through several walls and found Xian Wuheng's figure. He thought for a moment before charging over. "Xian Wuheng, let's fight as well." Zhao Feng wouldn't be careless against Xian Wuheng, and he wasn't confident that he would win. However, Zhao Feng did want to see Xian Wuheng's skills and spar with him. Zhao Feng's voice. Xian Wuheng's ears moved slightly. In the maze, The transmission of sound was also greatly suppressed. Okay, Xian Wuhing turned around and flew after receiving the fourth prince's information. The two met at a corner, and the scenery around them changed. It was an endless stretch of dark mountains. Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng appeared on a flat piece of land. There were two wide and dark paths in front of them. Countless skeletons were scattered on them, and ghostly cries came from the depths. Ahead of them, on a towering black mountain that pierced through the clouds, was a cave. Eerie, ghostly flames flickered inside the cave, and an evil aura spread out in all directions. There was an official of the kingdom and countless elite swordsmen behind them. Warriors, please save Her Highness from the Black Iron Dragon. The king will reward you handsomely. At this moment, the official spoke. A battle like this isn't bad either. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh when he thought of the battle scene that he had activated with you, Tianhao. Coincidentally, there are two paths here. Let's see who saves the princess first. Xian Wuheng was very interested in this plot. Okay, there are 500 elites here. I'll leave them to this warrior. The official looked at Xian Wuheng excitedly, as if he had placed all his hopes on him. As for this warrior, the official looked at Zhao Feng and frowned, as if he was doubtful of Zhao Feng's ability. There are only 100 elites left. I'll leave them to you. The official shook his head and said unwillingly. Chapter 988. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. He knew this would happen. This official gave him 100 elites, but gave Xian Wuheng 500 elite swordsmen. Xian Wuheng paused for a moment before asking, Zhao Feng, you're a cheater, right? His divine sense couldn't even pass through a metal wall in the maze, and his 5 senses were reduced to the minimum. However, Zhao Feng was able to sense him despite being so far away. Xian Wuheng felt that this was very strange. Combined with the attitude of the non-player characters towards Zhao Feng, Xian Wuheng thought of something. There are only 100 elites. I'll be going first. Zhao Feng didn't reply to Xian Wuheng and chose a mountain path. Behind him, 100 elite swordsmen followed in an orderly fashion. These elite swordsmen were all normal emperors, and if they were used well, they would be a powerful force. Let's go! Xian Wuheng exclaimed lightly and led the other 500 swordsmen into another mountain path. The instant Zhao Feng entered the mountain path, strange sounds came from the piles of skeletons on the mountain path and from the ground. Crack! A human-shaped skeleton suddenly jumped out from the ground. It held a large sword and shield, and it had a pair of metal wings on its back. It gave off a violent and evil emperor-level aura. Subsequently, a dense crowd of skeleton guards crawled out from the ground and occupied the entire mountain path. Go! Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and merged his thoughts into each elite swordsman. He controlled them like he was controlling beasts and charged forward. Sacred lightning dominating body. The scarlet wings of lightning spread behind Zhao Feng's back, and golden lightning flashed around his body as he turned into a ball of scarlet lightning and charged forward. Break! Zhao Feng smashed into the skeleton guards, and his sacred lightning body crushed dozens of them. Sacred lightning dominating fist. The sound of bones cracking came from Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body, and he swung his fists in a weird rhythm, sending out waves of energy. Boom, boom, boom. With the naked eye, one could only see giant fist lights intertwined with golden lightning. They were like metal lightning mountains, glorious and domineering with terrifying might. Every attack could crush several skeleton guards. As for Zhao Feng's elite swordsmen, they were mainly responsible for clearing the two sides and the skeleton guards behind them, keeping up with Zhao Feng's pace. The two mountain paths were only 30 meters apart. Zhao Feng tilted his head and saw Xian Wuheng's situation on the other mountain path. Xian Wuheng walked in the middle, and the 500 swordsmen were on both sides of the mountain road, pushing forward together. As Xian Wuheng waved his palms, wondrous ripples of water pushed the skeleton guards to the side. Then the guards on both sides of the mountain road quickly killed the skeleton guards. Their coordination was perfect and they were efficient and fast. Moreover, Xian Wuheng did not waste much of his physical strength and true essence. Xian Wuheng. Zhao Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration. Xian Wuheng used a wondrous palm technique and intent of water to push away all the skeleton guards in his way, leaving them to the elite swordsmen to deal with. This was the full battle power of the 500 elite swordsmen. In the past, Zhao Feng had an ice water bloodline, and he cultivated the water of wind lightning, but his usage of the intent of water was far inferior to Xian Wuheng's. Scarlet lightning storm. The scarlet lightning wings on Zhao Feng's back fluttered, and countless wisps of wind, lightning, true yuan surged out, forming a vast scarlet lightning storm. Whoosh! Zhao Feng charged forward with a terrifying scarlet lightning storm. Whoosh! 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 Before the skeleton guards could even get close to Zhao Feng, they were destroyed and pushed away by the scarlet lightning storm. Zhao Feng quickly moved forward and caught up to Xian Wuheng. The range of Zhao Feng's scarlet lightning storm was extremely large, and it covered the entire mountain road. This way, his 100 elite swordsmen could also quickly destroy the other skeleton guards and catch up to Zhao Feng. I don't know what kind of enemies and dangers lie behind this mountain road. I can't abandon these elite swordsmen. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart. If he abandoned these 100 swordsmen, how was he going to defeat Xian Wuheng, who had 500 elite swordsmen? Fortunately, Zhao Feng had exquisite control over these 100 swordsmen, and their battle power far surpassed the 300 elite swordsmen. On the other side, Xian Wuheng saw that Zhao Feng had quickly overtaken him. The intent of his palms suddenly changed, and a layer of emerald light surrounded his hands. The injuries of the elite swordsmen behind him were immediately healed by this layer of emerald light. Whoosh! Xian Wuheng stood where he was and waved his palms, sending out a strange ripple of intent that merged into the ground. Suddenly, countless thick wooden vines grew on the road in front of Xian Wuheng. The thick, dark green wooden vines surged and crushed some of the skeleton guards into the ground. Whoosh! The other skeleton guards instantly flapped their metal wings and flew into the air. Tung! Tung! Xian Wuheng and the elite swordsmen walked on the wooden vines, and as the wooden vines moved, their speed became faster. Facing the attacks of the skeleton guards, the wooden vines in the surroundings moved agilely and entangled them or blocked them. Such a profound wood elemental's secret technique. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. Xian Wuheng didn't just use the intent of water to a high level. His intent of wood had also reached the peak. Zhao Feng still remembered that Xian Wuheng had condensed his 5 elemental spatial domain in the divine illusion dimension. This meant that Xian Wuheng's mastery of the 5 elemental intents had reached such a level. Facing such an opponent, Zhao Feng obviously wouldn't hold back. Whoosh! A bright red, glass-like flame surrounded Zhao Feng's body. In an instant, Zhao Feng's entire body seemed to be bathed in flames. His entire body was bright red, and with the addition of his sacred lightning body, he seemed like a flaming demonic sovereign. A tyrannical and terrifying aura formed into a ball of raging flames that spread out in all directions. The temperature in the forest suddenly rose. Boom! With the help of the Blood Devil Sun bloodline, Zhao Feng's speed doubled, and he turned into a ball of flaming lightning that charged into the skeleton guards in front of him. Zhao Feng merged the power of the fire of wind lightning and the Blood Devil Sun flame together to form the power of the scarlet lightning blood flame. The scarlet storm of lightning around Zhao Feng was instantly dyed with a layer of exploding blood-colored flames, and its power increased by several times. Rumble! Whoosh! In an instant, the skeleton guards within dozens of yards of Zhao Feng were covered by the dominating power of the scarlet, lightning blood flame. Their bodies were set on fire, and their power was quickly drained. Whoosh! The swordsman behind Zhao Feng quickly caught up and easily finished off the skeleton guards. Boom! Zhao Feng left behind a ball of scarlet lightning as he turned into a streak of flaming light and charged out dozens of yards, destroying and igniting another group of skeleton guards. However, facing these skeleton guards, Zhao Feng's perfect blood devil sun bloodline couldn't be used. Therefore, Zhao Feng only used it for a short period of time before stopping and using some resources to recover his energy and true yuan. However, with the speed and explosiveness of the perfect blood devil sun bloodline, Zhao Feng quickly increased the distance between him and Xan Wuheng by several hundred meters. As expected, this terrifying and dominating bloodline should be the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. Xan Wuheng saw Zhao Feng surpass him with unstoppable speed. Such speed and explosiveness definitely didn't belong to a normal blood devil sun bloodline. Furthermore, he could tell that the 100 elite swordsmen of Zhao Feng's moved quickly and attacked the vitals of the skeleton guards. This was all thanks to Zhao Feng's control. Although the bloodline is strong, it won't last long. Xan Wuheng said calmly as he used the profound truths of water and profound truths of wood at a steady pace. He believed that Zhao Feng would need to rest after using the bloodline, and his speed would naturally slow down. Hee, as expected of Xan Wuheng. You can still maintain such a calm state of mind even after being surpassed by me. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Xan Wuheng's method of advancing was extremely stable. His speed wasn't fast or slow, and he didn't use much energy and true yuan. If that's the case, then I'll save the princess before he enters the dragon cave. Zhao Feng's tone was firm. Since Xan Wuheng wasn't in a rush, then he would follow up. Lightning and fire flashed on the surface of Zhao Feng's body. Whoosh! Using the lightning wings flying technique, Zhao Feng continued to push forward. At the same time, he controlled the elite swordsmen behind him to keep up. After a while, Zhao Feng's energy had mostly recovered. He once again circulated the perfect blood devil sun bloodline and pushed forward. This Zhao Feng! Xan Wuheng was slightly surprised. He had underestimated Zhao Feng's recovery speed. After a while, Zhao Feng circulated his bloodline again, and the distance between them was getting further and further. In no time, Zhao Feng would reach the top of the mountain and enter the pitch-black cave. This won't do. Xan Wuheng's expression changed drastically. He, who had always been calm and reserved, suddenly exuded a slightly cold and aloof aura. A 5-colored light surrounded Xan Wuheng, slowly forming a small world that enveloped Xan Wuheng within. The little world had the same scenery as the real world, but it was very small, and the little world wasn't stable enough. Whoosh! An extraordinary power of the law fluctuated from Xan Wuheng's small world. Charge! Xan Wuheng said one word, and the little world formed by the 5-colored light flew out first. Whoosh! Dozens of skeleton guards instantly flew up and surrounded Xan Wuheng. Crack! As soon as the skeletal guards came into contact with Xan Wuheng's small world, they were immediately controlled by a terrifying law intent, causing their figures to shatter into pieces. Xan Wuheng left the 500 elites behind him and flew forward. Boom! 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 Along the way, all the skeleton guards that got close to Xan Wuheng were crushed to pieces. Zhao Feng obviously saw this. This is a little world formed by the 5 elements. Zhao Feng was shocked. He had already guessed that in order to form a complete little world that was comparable to the real world, he had to comprehend the 5 elements and merge them into his little world. He didn't expect Xan Wuheng to have already done this. His little world was still in its initial stage, and it wasn't very stable. However, A little world with only one element couldn't be compared to it. At this moment, Xan Wuheng used his little world to charge forward. Blood Devil Charge! Zhao Feng immediately used the Blood Devil Sun secret technique. The glass-like flames around his body surged, and the sound of explosions could be heard. The image of a crimson sun appeared behind him, and the vortex inside it spun. Boom! 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 Zhao Feng turned into a crimson meteor and charged forward. The power of the crimson flames destroyed everything. Boom! Zhao Feng stomped on the ground and arrived in front of the cave. In the next instant, Xan Wuheng appeared on the other side. Chapter 989. A wicked and forceful aura shook the surroundings in front of a pitch-black cave. Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng stood on the two sides of the cave. The two groups of elite swordsmen soon caught up as well. Xan Wuheng, your little world. Zhao Feng wanted to find out more about Xan Wuheng's background. He was only an emperor, yet he was able to control the 5 elements to such a high level and merge them into his little world. After you took over another body and revived, your foundation is not simple either. Xan Wuheng said courteously and didn't mention anything about his little world. Zhao Feng didn't force him. For example, he obviously didn't want to tell anyone about his god's spiritual eye. Shua. The two of them jumped into the cave at almost the same time. Who is it? How dare you enter my territory? In the depths of the cave, there was a deafening roar of anger. Boom! Boom! A gigantic black dragon, carrying with it a boundless evil aura, directly descended. These 2 ants were sent by that stupid king, right? The giant black metal dragon circled above Xan Wuheng and Zhao Feng, and limitless wicked auras suppressed the 2 of them. At the same time, skeleton guards climbed out of the walls of the cave. Compared to the ones on the mountain path, these skeleton guards were stronger overall. A faint golden ripple spread across Zhao Feng's left eye, and he saw through the mist and the so-called princess in the depths of the cave. Kill them! The black metal dragon roared. The countless skeleton guards in the surroundings immediately launched their attacks. Go! Zhao Feng and Xan Wuheng's elite guards also attacked at the same time. Whoosh! Zhao Feng spread his scarlet wings of lightning and charged toward the black metal dragon. Bam! Zhao Feng clashed with the black metal dragon's claws. His body is strong, and it contains wicked aura. Zhao Feng murmured. The strength of this black metal dragon was slightly weaker than Sacred Lord Black Demon. At this moment, Xan Wuheng leapt into the air and thrust out 2 icy palms that landed on the black metal dragon's wings. The king sent you here to die. The black iron dragon furiously roared, its wings rapidly flapping, and an evil astral energy knocked back Xan Wuheng's palm wind. At the same time, the sinister aura in the cavern gathered toward the black iron dragon. Xan Wuheng, bring out your true abilities. If we don't get rid of it, how are we going to save them? Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. This black iron dragon wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. His true opponent was Xan Wuheng, and Zhao Feng could not afford to be careless. All right. Xan Wuheng nodded and squatted in midair, assuming a strange posture. A formless aura instantly spread out. Boom! Zhao Feng also activated his Blood Devil Sun bloodline, and the explosive power of lightning and fire almost destroyed the air of Yin in the cave. Boom! The 2 of them charged at the giant steel dragon at the same time. Endless explosions reverberated throughout the cavern. Xan Wuheng's casual attacks contained limitless intent, and it was as if he was borrowing the power of the laws of space to unleash the full power of his attacks. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning-dominating fist also contained a profound intent, but Zhao Feng hadn't comprehended it enough yet. At this moment, Zhao Feng secretly circulated his left eye and absorbed Xan Wuheng's moves into his dimension so that he could comprehend them in the future. Fire-chilling ice burn. Xian Wuheng waved his arms, and a weird whirlpool of fire and ice landed on the black iron dragon's head. Sacred lightning dominating fist. Zhao Feng used the power of Blood Devil Sun Bloodline and Wind Lightning to unleash several scorching flames of lightning from his golden Kuan sacred lightning body. Boom! Under the combined attacks of Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng, the black iron dragon didn't even have the ability to fight back. Plop! The black iron dragon's body fell to the ground. Princess! Xian Wuheng glanced over when he defeated the black iron dragon, and he realized that the princess that was originally in the cavern had disappeared. There! Xian Wuheng's voice sounded once more. At this moment, the princess was with a gray, thieving cat. There was a dark, golden flying sword under the princess's feet, and it was carrying her out of the cavern. Zhao Feng! Xian Wuheng's expression changed slightly. Zhao Feng had sent his spiritual pets to save the princess from the very beginning. Furthermore, when the two of them were fighting the black iron dragon, Zhao Feng purposely created a huge commotion and released powerful true yuan to cover up the little thieving cat's movements. The wings on Zhao Feng's back released a brilliant glow of wind lightning wings, and his speed reached the limit. He turned into an arc of lightning that pierced through the air and disappeared in a flash. You want to leave? Xian Wuheng immediately chased after him, and a green stream of water appeared under his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xian Wuheng glided on the green stream of water, and he quickly flew forward. However, this wasn't a speed secret technique. It was just another use of the intent of water. In terms of speed, he still wasn't as fast as Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng soon caught up to the little thieving cat and the princess after charging out of the cavern. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng picked up the princess and flew at full speed. The dark, golden long sword also twisted and turned into a necklace that he put around the little thieving cat's neck. However, what Zhao Feng was worried about happened. Who are you? What do you want to do? Put me down! The princess instantly roared in anger and struggled out of Zhao Feng's embrace. As expected, the discrimination of non-player characters still appeared. Rise! Xian Wuheng, who was chasing from behind, immediately roared. Rumble! Boom! A row of thick wooden vines suddenly shot out from the ground in front of Zhao Feng and twisted toward Zhao Feng. Little thieving cat, I'll leave it to you. Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body and shook off some of the wooden vines before throwing the princess out. The little thieving cat's figure instantly appeared below the princess and caught her. The necklace around its neck turned into a dark, golden, long sword that carried the princess away. Zhao Feng, let me see your little world as well. Xian Wuheng's voice sounded from behind. Zhao Feng instantly felt a condensed power of laws and intense crush-over. Zhao Feng knew that Xian Wuheng had released his little world of 5 elements. Boom! A desolate and ancient storm of lightning surged out from behind Zhao Feng and slowly merged into the air. Everything within 100 yards instantly turned into a dark dimension filled with storms. The laws and intents left behind in this ancient dimension were controlled by Zhao Feng. Wang, Xian Wuheng's speed instantly slowed down. However, Xian Wuheng, who was within his little world of 5 elements, wasn't affected at all. Furthermore, Zhao Feng could feel that Xian Wuheng's little world of 5 elements was extremely resistant to the restrictions of his little world. Whoosh! Fire and lightning flashed on Zhao Feng's scarlet lightning fire wings as they pushed his speed to the limit. Zhao Feng charged straight at Xian Wuheng and punched out. Limitless flashes of blood-colored fire and lightning released a dazzling light. The power of wind lightning within his little world also flowed into Zhao Feng's fist. In his little world, Zhao Feng's speed and explosive power were both amplified. Condense. Xian Wuheng lightly spat out a single word. His little world of 5 elements instantly retracted the profound laws and intents and started to circulate in a strange rhythm. Boom! The two clashed, and Xian Wuheng's little world of 5 elements shook and then started to spin rapidly. A 5-colored light appeared on the surface of his little world and quickly diverted the power of Zhao Feng's fist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xian Wuheng's little world of 5 elements circulated to the limit, and the power of Zhao Feng's fist was slowly being worn away. Crack! A crack appeared in Xian Wuheng's little world of 5 elements. At the same time, a powerful rebounding force rushed out from the side. Whoosh! Although Zhao Feng sensed it, he was half a step too late, and one of his scarlet lightning fire wings was destroyed. Zhao Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Xian Wuheng would be able to block Zhao Feng's all-out attack in his little world. Brother Zhao's little world is also extraordinary. The power of Xian Wuheng's little world disappeared. Xian Wuheng had always been very confident in his little world. However, Zhao Feng's little world was also extraordinary. It could actually merge with the primordial space and control the laws of the primordial space. This was something that he couldn't do in a short time. He had never suffered such a loss in a little world battle. So far, I haven't been able to hurt Brother Xian. Zhao Feng revealed a smile. Winner, Zhao Feng. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in their minds. However, I've lost this time. Xian Wuheng smiled faintly as his figure slowly disappeared from this dimension. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately returned to the ministers and received some rewards. The battle between Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng obviously attracted the attention of many princes and the outside forces. Strictly speaking, the two were on par. However, Zhao Feng had many techniques and spiritual pets, which was why he won. The names of Zhao Feng and Xian Wuheng once again spread across the Lord Dynasty forces. Wang. Zhao Feng returned to the Maze Palace once more. I can't keep fighting now. Zhao Feng's expression returned to normal. He had wasted a lot of time fighting with Xian Wuheng, but he won in the end. Wang. A mysterious ripple of faint golden light radiated from Zhao Feng's left eye. He locked onto a member of the 13th Prince's team with just one scan. This member seemed to have received a hint from the 13th Prince to stay far away from Zhao Feng. However, would he be able to escape? Zhao Feng's scarlet wings of lightning fluttered rapidly as he started to fly through the Maze Palace. As the Maze Palace continued to move, many princes started to lose energy and made mistakes. 2 people had already lost 10 matches and left the Maze Palace. The person with the most wins was still Zhao Feng. He had won 16 matches in a row and hadn't lost a single match. The person with the second most wins was still Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning. At this moment, the 13th Prince had changed his strategy and stopped targeting Zhao Feng. The third stage was decided by the number of wins. Right now, the 9th Prince's team's number of wins was only below his and the 4th Prince's. One had to know that the 9th Prince's team only had 4 people playing, and Su Qingling had only won 1 match. It was incredible that she had such a result. Just as everyone was sighing in surprise, Zhao Feng had already won 17 matches in a row. Sacred, Lord, Black Demon, to the left, to the right. The 13th Prince was fully focused on commanding the 2 Sacred Lords in the Maze Palace and had almost given up on the other members. The 13th Prince had a lot of draconic providence, so he wasn't afraid of losing. All he needed to do now was ensure that the 9th Prince didn't surpass him. Only then would he be able to win in the 3rd stage. On the other side, the 8th Prince knew that he wouldn't be able to win this stage, but he still focused on commanding the members in the Maze Palace. He would only occasionally glance at Zhao Feng. The 9th Prince was the most excited out of the 4 princes present. His pseudo-crown prince seal had regained its luster. Under his command, Old Ying's results were also very good. I choose to leave. A beast tamer from the fourth prince's team finally spoke. He had just lost 10 matches, but he had won 5. It was a pretty good performance. There's only 2 hours left until the end of the third stage. The transparent elder's voice sounded in the sky at this moment. Chapter 990. There's only 2 hours left until the end of the third stage. The transparent elder's voice sounded in the sky at this moment. The hearts of the 4 princes and the members within the maze palace instantly tightened. The crown prince trial was about to reach the end. Don't panic. The 4th prince immediately messaged everyone. The 4th prince only needed to obtain as much draconic energy as possible in order to ensure that he would win the last stage without any surprises. The 13th prince had an enraged expression as he stared at Zhao Feng within the maze palace. Even if I can't become the crown prince, I won't let the 9th prince win. Originally, the 13th prince had a high chance of becoming the crown prince. However, the black-robed person had been defeated by Zhao Feng in the crown prince trial, and he had lost a super battle power. At the same time, Zhao Feng had targeted his members within the maze palace and stolen a large amount of draconic energy, causing the gap between the 13th prince and the 4th prince to become bigger and bigger. On the other side, the 8th prince gave up on the fight. Only one sacred lord had entered the moving maze palace, and there was also a doctor, adding on the fact that he didn't have much draconic providence in the first place. He knew that not only would it be difficult for him to win the third stage, there was no hope for him to win the fourth stage. At this moment, almost all 3 princes knew that Zhao Feng was a cheater. However, they didn't know what benefits Zhao Feng had obtained by cheating. Therefore, the 3 princes tried to keep the members of the maze palace away from Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng were only 7 wins away from the 13th prince. The 9th prince messaged Zhao Feng. The 9th prince didn't care if he could become the crown prince or not. He just wanted to do his best and last until the end so that he could obtain the recognition of the sacred emperor and the imperials. In order to enter the city faster, shrink the maze palace. The transparent elder's voice sounded. The 9th prince paused for a moment. If the map was shrunk, then it would be even more difficult for Su Qingling to avoid most people. However, on the other hand, Zhao Feng would be able to enter the battlefield faster and obtain more wins. If that's the case, I still have hope. The 13th prince's expression changed. The shrinking of the moving maze was probably good news for him. The strength of his members generally surpassed the 8th prince and the 9th prince. It was only because his commanding skills were not good enough that his results were relatively low. If the map was shrunk, it would be easier for his members to activate the battlefield duel with the weaker members. Following this, as long as Zhang Xian could maintain the number of victories and reduce the draconic luck of the 4th prince as much as possible, it was not impossible for him to vie for the position of crown prince. Sacred Lord Black Demon, don't bother with Zhao Feng anymore. Let's focus on winning. Also, Li Hai, admit defeat if he loses 10 matches. The 13th prince immediately sent a message to the other members, telling them to change their strategy. Rumble. The maze in front of the 4 princes began to enlarge. Inside the labyrinth, the moving black steel walls slowly sealed off the edge of the terrain. At this moment, 3 or 4 figures could be seen around Zhao Feng. Although they were also avoiding Zhao Feng, the maze space was too small. The maze has shrunk. This way, it's best if Su Qingling loses 10 matches and leaves. Zhao Feng messaged the 9th prince. Su Qingling might have a chance to win a few matches while there were some weaker members in the moving maze palace. Whoosh! Zhao Feng locked onto a member of the 13th prince's team and sped through the maze palace toward his target. The continuous battles had caused Zhao Feng to feel somewhat exhausted. Not only was he using the battlefield absolute, He also split off a part of his consciousness to observe the situation of the flying spiritual pets outside of the Heaven's legacy city. On top of that, he also had to command and help Jinkai. Luckily, his mental energy and the power of his soul were strong. There are too many variables. Senior Martial Brother Zhuge said from behind the fourth prince. After the maze palace shrunk, it became even more troublesome for the princes to command. Furthermore, there were battlefield duels happening at every moment. The continuous battles made all the members tired, and their condition dropped. Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning lost a match. A member exclaimed. Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning was the Sacred Lord with the most experience, strength, and foundation in the fourth prince's team. After 12 consecutive victories, he finally lost. This Zhao Feng hasn't lost a single match yet. A quasi-sacred lord looked at Zhao Feng in shock. Zhao Feng had already won 18 times in a row, but he hadn't lost yet. He also knew that it was because of Zhao Feng's wins that the ninth prince was able to fight against the other princes in this segment. Not only that, but the ninth prince's command of the other members is also very accurate. Zhuge Yun added, the fourth prince was the strongest of the princes, but in terms of commanding the members, he wasn't as good as the ninth prince. Time slowly passed by. I choose to leave. Su Qingling disappeared from the maze palace and returned to the ninth prince's platform. It's fine. At least you won 3 matches. Shi Yulei smiled and said, after all, Su Qingling was only a member of the younger generation, and there was a huge difference between her and the experts in the maze palace. Zhao Feng has already won 23 matches in a row. We will win. Zhou Suer suddenly smiled and said, what, 23 consecutive wins? Although the ninth prince had told her that Zhao Feng's battle record was very good, they still had hope. However, Su Qingling was still shocked after knowing Zhao Feng's true achievements. 23 consecutive victories without a single defeat. What kind of person was this young man? Zhao Feng won again. 24 consecutive victories. Shi Yulei exclaimed and couldn't help but cheer. I quit. A member of the 13th prince's team was targeted by Zhao Feng. He lost 10 matches and left the game. The hearts of all the forces in the great Qian dynasty tensed up. The third stage of the Crown Prince trial was nearing its end. At this time, the mobile maze was shrinking. The situation of the battle was changing rapidly. Everyone was looking forward to the ninth prince's team, the Black Horse. At some point in time, the ninth prince was only 3 wins away from surpassing the 13th prince. One had to know that the 13th prince had 5 members moving around in the maze palace. On the other hand, the ninth prince only had 1 emperor and 2 quasi-sacred lords, Zhao Feng, Olding, and Jinkai. The 4th prince is still way ahead. I think that the 4th prince will definitely become the crown prince this time. That might not be the case. The 13th prince's team is extremely strong. As long as they win more than the 9th prince, they might be able to defeat the 4th prince. I think that the 9th prince's team will continue to create miracles. We don't even know who the crown prince will be. The forces all expressed their opinions. Chinner, the 13th prince's uncle, and the forces behind him were all worried for him. Even if the 13th prince defeated the 9th prince, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight against the 4th prince. They all knew that the 13th prince was too young and lacking in many aspects. Otherwise, his team would definitely be able to force the 4th prince to fight. This Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord, Demonic Abyss of 9 Darkness Palaces, voice sounded. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng was targeting him, the 13th prince would have a lot of hope. In front of the main hall of the Imperial Palace, the expression of the Sacred Emperor changed dramatically. It was obvious that the current situation had surpassed his expectations. The Sacred Empress's gaze was filled with hatred as she looked at Zhao Feng. Suddenly, an uproar came from the main hall of the Lord Dynasty and the clouds. Zhao Feng finally lost a match. I didn't expect him to lose to an elder of the Jade Ocean sect. There's nothing that can be done about it. That scene is a test of experience, and Zhao Feng is just too young. Many experts and forces were discussing among themselves. Within the 8th Prince's main hall, I think that they're paying more attention to Zhao Feng than the princes. Duke Nanfeng gave a faint smile. Just one loss from Zhao Feng attracted the attention of many forces in the Lord dynasty. I didn't expect the 9th Prince to reach this step. A representative from a 2-star power sighed emotionally. Indeed, most of the forces that supported the 9th Prince didn't expect him to have such a performance. Right now, as long as the 9th Prince won more matches than the 13th Prince, he would be able to enter the 4th stage. Even if he lost in the end, the 9th Prince's status in the Imperials would increase by a lot. Good, the 9th Prince is only 2 more matches away from surpassing the 13th Prince. An elder from another force exclaimed in shock. After the moving Maze Palace shrank, Zhao Feng's number of wins increased at a shocking rate. Jing Kai also won a match. The 9th Prince's number of wins increased once again. Old Ing was lucky enough to win against his opponent. The entire Lord dynasty instantly started to shake, and the sound of cheering spread across 1,000 miles. The 9th Prince's number of wins was the same as the 13th Prince's within the Maze Palace. How is this possible? Brother 9th Prince's members are clearly so weak. How are they winning all the time? The 13th Prince roared into the sky. The 13th Prince's mind had already crumbled at this point in the moving Maze Palace. His guidance and command had always been a mess. The members that talked to him in the Maze Palace knew this. Good. Old Ing, turn left. Forward, turn left again. The 9th Prince and Old Ing were extremely excited. Because Su Qingling had left, the 9th Prince only needed to command Old Ing. This meant that Old Ing was basically borrowing the 9th Prince's vision to see the layout of the Maze Palace and the distribution of the members. It was even more convenient and comprehensive than Zhao Feng's see-through vision. Zhao Feng, fight me. Yu Tianhao's voice suddenly sounded within the Maze Palace. Yu Tianhao obviously knew that Zhao Feng was cheating. Zhao Feng didn't want to fight him, and he couldn't even see Zhao Feng's shadow. Zhao Feng, who had just come out of the duel scene, happened to hear what Yu Tianhao said. Then let's do it, Zhao Feng murmured to himself. Right now, the 9th Prince's number of wins had surpassed the 13th Prince's. If nothing unexpected happened, the 13th Prince wouldn't be surpassed. If that was the case, then Zhao Feng would fulfill Yu Tianhao's request. Zhao Feng's gaze looked toward the source of the voice and soon found Yu Tianhao's figure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng dodged several people on the way and charged toward Yu Tianhao. Zhao Feng, you're finally here. Yu Tianhao's eyes paused for a moment before releasing a surge of battle intent. The scenery around them changed, and the two appeared in a desolate desert. Chapter 991. Dozens of black figures floated behind Zhao Feng, and a shocking murderous aura seemed to materialize. Lord Demon Lord, the person in front of us is our greatest enemy. Kill him, and we'll rule the continent. The entire continent will be at our feet. Zhao Feng understood. In this scene, he was the biggest villain of an island zone, and he was trying to conquer the entire continent. Yu Tianhao, who was standing opposite him, was obviously the hero who saved the continent. Behind Yu Tianhao, there were several figures that were floating and holy. Lord Battle King, quickly kill this demon. Only by doing this can we save the world. Fighting spirit appeared in Yu Tianhao's deep black eyes. This kind of battle scene was perfect for him. Also, the environment here was very similar to the place where he fought against Zhao Feng in the Azure Flower Continent. Yu Tianhao even had a feeling. He and Zhao Feng had returned to the time when he fought against Zhao Feng in the Azure Flower Continent. However, the difference between him and Zhao Feng wasn't that big right now. They were both emperors. Zhao Feng, let me see the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. Yu Tianhao's bloodline started to boil under the influence of fighting spirit. Whoop, an ancient and mysterious icy shadow in the shape of a human, overlapped with Yu Tianhao's body. Instantly, Yu Tianhao's actions were exactly the same as the icy figure behind him. His every move had a fighting spirit that could make ghosts cry, and he destroyed all the power around him. In that instant, Yu Tianhao seemed to be possessed by the god of war. The air around him was covered in a layer of orange light that shot into the sky. Unparalleled in the world, a powerful mental energy appeared from Yu Tianhao's body as he attacked out of nowhere. A magnificent palm light shot out from Yu Tianhao's palm, like a mysterious aurora that traversed the four directions. Boom! 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 This palm aura shattered everything and instantly appeared in front of Zhao Feng, landing directly on Zhao Feng's body. Boom! A dark yellow desert storm spread out in all directions in a circle. Bang! An earth-shattering, dazzling red light suddenly burst out from within. Hoo-hoo! The entire desert storm was directly torn apart by a thunderous Yangyan. In the center of the desert storm, Zhao Feng was like a blood, lightning, demonic sovereign, and the terrifying power of fire and lightning could destroy everything. The blazing saint energy of the physique clashed with the earth-shattering battle will. Boom! Boom! Scarlet and orange light flashed between the two. As expected of the perfect blood devil sun bloodline, it's on the same level as the unparalleled heaven battling bloodline. Yu Tianhao could feel his bloodline being pushed to its limit. A terrifying battle intent enveloped him. Yu Tianhao felt as if he had turned into the mysterious giant figure. His strength had reached its peak, as if it was about to burst out. The mysterious illusory figure behind him instantly enlarged and became even more solid. His battle prowess has increased so quickly. Zhao Feng's expression turned solemn. Zhao Feng had a certain level of understanding towards Yu Tianhao's bloodline. This was a terrifying bloodline that allowed one to become stronger the more they fought, and it could continuously increase their battle power. But at this moment, the two of them had only exchanged blows once, yet Yu Tianhao's spirit and fighting spirit had suddenly risen to a terrifying level. His battle power was now comparable to a sacred lord's. Come! Zhao Feng's glass-like, flaming body suddenly released the sound of exploding flames. Bam! Zhao Feng left behind a flaming figure as he closed in on Yu Tianhao and punched out. Limitless power of blood-colored flames and lightning crushed over along with the pressure of the sacred lightning body. Bam! Yu Tianhao thrust out his palm, and an orange light that was as bright as the sun appeared. The power of this palm was actually on par with the blood devil sun bloodline, which specialized in explosive power. Whoosh! A glass-like flame instantly landed on Nan Gongxing's cold figure and started to burn. Ignition, corrosion, and life-steal. Yu Tianhao's expression shook slightly. This was the first time he had seen the power of the perfect blood devil sun bloodline, and it was indeed terrifying. Unparalleled secret technique, chaotic dance of spring and autumn. Yu Tianhao's black hair blew in the wind, and a bright light covered his body like the armor of the god of war. Immediately, the humanoid figure behind him seemed to have put on a layer of god of war's armor. The ignition effect of the blood devil sun bloodline was countered to a certain degree, and the flames soon started to disappear. Bam! Bam! Yu Tianhao's palms and fists unleashed a barrage of attacks that could topple mountains and flip oceans. Every punch contained unparalleled battle intent that crushed everything in its path. Zhao Feng became more and more courageous as he fought, and the flames around his body burned furiously. His entire body was a transparent, blood-colored glass treasure that occasionally flashed with lightning. Zhao Feng's sole intent had reached the level of a sacred lord, and with the powerful defense of the sacred lightning body, He wasn't scared of Yu Tianhao's attacks at all. Furthermore, the life-steal effect of his blood devil sun bloodline was still effective in battle. Bam! Bam! As Zhao Feng waved his fists, limitless explosive power of lightning and fire erupted like a volcano. Every attack contained unparalleled explosive power. After fighting Tai Lingyun last time, Zhao Feng's control over the blood devil sun bloodline was extremely smooth. Zhao Feng suppressed the energy consumption of the blood devil sun bloodline to the lowest, but he could still unleash it when he attacked. However, he had to admit that the current Yu Tianhao, whether it was his offense or defense, had risen to a terrifying degree. Even with Zhao Feng's explosive power, he wasn't able to injure Zhao Feng much. Boom! The sounds of their battle shook the heavens and the earth. In the midst of the countless storms that filled the sky, shocking red and orange lights continuously burst out. Zhao Feng, bring out your true abilities. Yu Tianhao was like a peerless god of war. His entire body and the cold figure behind him released a bright light that seemed to be able to swallow heaven and earth. His battle intent rose once again, and it surpassed normal sacred lords. That's good. After all, I don't have much time left. Zhao Feng retreated dozens of yards and left a trail of blood-colored flames in his wake. Blood Devil Charge! The glass-like flames around Zhao Feng's body surged, and the sound of explosions could be heard. The image of a blood-colored sun started to appear behind him, and a whirlpool started to spin. Boom! Zhao Feng's figure flashed and arrived in front of Yu Tianhao, leaving behind a streak of light. Bam! Zhao Feng punched out. In that instant, it was as if all the power of the blood-colored flames in his body had been injected into his fist and exploded like lava. The terrifying blood-colored flames and lightning completely engulfed Yu Tianhao and the cold figure behind him. Boom! The burning and corrosive effects of the blood devil sun bloodline were instantly activated. Yu Tianhao and the figure behind him started to burn like a mountain of fire. Unparalleled god of war! Yu Tianhao spat out a single word while his body was covered in flames. Wang. Every inch of the ice-cold shadow behind him shone with bright orange light. Yu Tianhao's body was like an orange sun. Every single ripple on his body was closely connected to the ice-cold shadow. Wang. A pair of scarlet-orange eyes suddenly appeared in the cold figure, and a terrifying battle intent was released. In that instant, Yu Tianhao had completely turned into this cold figure. The battle intent in his eyes formed an invisible force that could crush the minds of sacred lords. Who? Under the support of this absolute power, the blood-colored yang flames on the surface of the giant phantom's body were instantly shattered. Barbarian God Axe! Yu Tianhao's eyes were like the dark stars. He raised his palm and waved it. An earth-shattering, cracking sound came from the empty space. An orange-colored giant axe could be vaguely seen. His battle energy was like a rainbow. It seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. What terrifying battle power! At this instant, even Zhao Feng felt as if he was facing a mountain as he endured the limitless battle intent. Not even Zhao Feng dared to take this attack head-on. Zhao Feng, things aren't looking good. The 13th prince has surpassed us. The 9th prince's voice sounded at this moment. The 9th prince also knew about Zhao Feng's current situation, but he had no choice but to inform Zhao Feng of this news. If that's the case... Zhao Feng's expression suddenly became calm. Although his battle with Xen Wuheng and Yu Tianhao was also to satisfy himself. However, he knew very well what was most important at the moment. Boom! Behind Zhao Feng, a primordial thunderstorm power surged out and slowly merged with the void. Everything within a radius of 1,000 feet instantly turned into a dark space where storms wreaked havoc. A few traces of the ancient space's profound mysteries were under Zhao Feng's control. At the same time, a flash of golden lightning appeared around Zhao Feng's scarlet glass-like body and an ancient blood-colored barrier of lightning and fire appeared around his body. Zhao Feng didn't wait for Nan Gongxing's peerless attack to arrive. If he did, the power of that attack would be even more terrifying after accumulating power for a while. Tung! Zhao Feng flew into the air and pushed out with both palms. He condensed the sacred lightning body and the power of ancient lightning into his sacred lightning protection. At the same time, the power of wind lightning in the little world of wind lightning also gathered around Zhao Feng. At this instant, Zhao Feng was like a god of lightning in the little world of wind lightning as scarlet-colored lightning surrounded his body. Bam! Boom! The scarlet-colored lightning and the dazzling orange light clashed together. The entire dimension of the duel started to tremble, and a sandstorm started to rise. It was as if the world was ending. Whoosh! The next instant, a scarlet-colored bolt of lightning shot out and arrived before Yu Tianhao. God, disintegration. Zhao Feng immediately used the new eye bloodline technique of his left eye. Only this move could counter Yu Tianhao, whose battle power had increased limitlessly. Boom! Boom! When the sandstorm calmed down, Yu Tianhao was lying on the ground with blood and sweat all over his body. Winner, Zhao Feng. The next instant, the two returned to the maze palace. Zhao Feng used some precious herbs and opened the ability of his left eye to find the enemy. Zhao Feng, you just defeated Yu Tianhao. Our number of wins is the same as the 13th prince's again. The 9th prince's voice sounded. Got it. Zhao Feng replied. He was too focused on Yu Tianhao's battle and didn't have the time to help Jing Kai. This caused the number of wins to slow down, and they were overtaken. After all, the 9th prince's team had 5 people walking through the moving maze palace. There was only a bit of time left. Zhao Feng wouldn't let the 13th prince surpass the 9th prince. Chapter 992. Although the moving maze had entered its final stage, it was still too late. However, the battle between Zhao Feng and Yu Tianhao still attracted the attention of most people. That was a clash between the unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline and the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. However, when Yu Tianhao unleashed his peerless battle prowess, he was inexplicably defeated. The experts in the imperial tombs could only see through the illusory sphere, but they couldn't sense any aura. But that battle had been concealed by the desert storm. What happened? The perfect blood devil sun bloodline actually defeated the unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline. A quasi-sacred lord was stunned. In the imperial Dao bloodline rankings, the unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline was ranked slightly higher than the perfect blood devil sun bloodline. Judging from his performance at that time, Yu Tianhao's aura was stronger. All the mysteries were covered up by the sandstorm. In the great Qian dynasty palace, the image on the giant light screen was even more blurry and the situation could not be seen clearly. How did Tianhao lose? Yu Linghua was surprised. With the uniqueness of the unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline, the more he fought, the stronger he would become. Only a few taboo methods could affect it. Not long after, Yu Tianhao won 10 matches. Winning 10 matches and losing 10 matches were the conditions to leave the maze. Yu Tianhao immediately chose to quit. He had already suffered some injuries, and the side effects of activating the unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline made it impossible for him to continue fighting. Moreover, the battle with Zhao Feng had ended, and his wish had been fulfilled. Tianhao, what happened? Yu Linghua asked immediately. Eye technique. Yu Tianhao gave a simple reply. He also knew that what Zhao Feng was truly good at was eye techniques. However, he hadn't expected Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique to have reached such a level that it could suppress the characteristics of the unparalleled heaven-battling bloodline. How's your win count now? Yu Tianhao asked. The 4th prince has 61 matches, and the 13th prince and the 9th prince have 52 matches. Yu Linghua reported the current battlefield data. There was only a bit of time left before the moving maze ended. At this moment, there were less than 15 people left in the moving maze. It was already certain that the fourth prince would emerge victorious in this round. Therefore, he left 3 of his strongest cultivators in the labyrinth in order to plunder the draconic providence. Jing Kai had left the 9th prince's team as well. In order to help Jing Kai, Zhao Feng had to be distracted. Besides, Jing Kai wasn't very strong in all aspects. The 13th prince did the same. He only left 4 people to walk through the maze palace and told the weaker people to leave. The 9th prince and the 13th prince looked at each other from afar, and an invisible aura of a duel was released. The data of the 2 was always the same, fluctuating. It was hard to predict who would win in the end. Of the 9th prince's team, only Zhao Feng and Olding were in the maze palace, and the 13th prince had 4 people. Therefore, even with Xiao Feng's help, the 9th prince didn't have absolute confidence in winning. Look, the 13th prince's victory count has increased. Xiao Feng's match is about to end. Who will win? At this moment, everyone's heart tightened as they paid attention to the 13th prince and the 9th prince's wins. Although in most people's hearts, the 4th prince should be the final winner. The princes that were able to enter the last segment and fight against the 4th prince were obviously the most famous princes below the crown prince. The final ranking of the crown prince trial would decide the prince's status in the Lord dynasty in the future. Both of them have won 53 times. The 2 princes were still at the same number of wins. There's not enough time. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned around. Sacred Lord Black Demon was the closest to him. You're the one. Zhao Feng charged toward Sacred Lord Black Demon. The Crown Prince trial has ended. All those that didn't participate in the duel can leave now. The illusionary old man's voice echoed in the sky. The sound of metal clashing could be heard from the maze palace below as it started to shrink. All the other members also retreated out of the room. But above the labyrinth, 2 incorporeal spheres suddenly floated out. These were the battles that had just started after the Crown Prince trial ended. One of the balls contained Ji Dengtian and the 4th prince's quasi-sacred lords. The other ball contained Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Black Demon. At the very last moment, the 9th prince and the 13th prince are still at the same level. However, there's still one more match between Sacred Lord Black Demon and Zhao Feng. This is the deciding match between the 2 princes. The 13th prince's hands trembled. Sacred Lord Black Demon, it's all up to you now. Although Sacred Lord Black Demon had lost to Zhao Feng in the first round, the 13th prince knew that it was because Sacred Lord Black Demon didn't know the rules of the maze palace very well. Sacred Lord Black Demon had the highest number of wins in the 13th prince's team, so the 13th prince trusted Sacred Lord Black Demon a lot. However, his opponent was Zhao Feng, and this was what the 13th prince was worried about. Zhao Feng had the highest number of wins, and he had only lost once so far. Zhao Feng defeat him. The 9th prince had a decisive gaze. He trusted Zhao Feng a lot, but nothing was absolute. And Zhao Feng's level of exhaustion was something that no one else could compare to. Zhao Feng had fought the most out of everyone, and he even used a secret technique to control Jing Kai and help the 9th prince share some of the pressure. Zhao! The giant black maze palace shrank into a small piece of metal that floated into the transparent elder's hand before disappearing. First place is the 4th prince with 62 wins. Second place is yet to be determined. We'll wait for the final result. The transparent elder said. In an instant, everyone's gazes gathered on the ball where Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Black Demon were. It was a plain with many weird trees that were thousands of yards tall. Sacred Lord Black Demon and Zhao Feng appeared at the same time. They didn't reveal any hatred or battle intent. Instead, they were extremely calm and carefully inspected their surroundings. They knew that this was the deciding match, so they couldn't be careless. Uncle, my kite is stuck on that tree. Can you help me get it down? A young child next to Zhao Feng and sacred Lord Black Demon jumped up and down in joy. Why is it this scene again? Sacred Lord Black Demon's expression changed. The first match between him and Zhao Feng was also the scene. A child like this said the same thing. And the final deciding round seemed to have returned to the starting point, back to the scene. However, the content of the scene seemed to have changed. There were countless weird trees that were thousands of yards tall around them. There were 4 to 5 kites on top of each tree. Little friend, what does your kite look like? Sacred Lord Black Demon forced out a warm smile. At this moment, there were at least several thousand kites in the scene. Therefore, he obviously had to ask what this child's kite looked like before he could take it. It has eyes and lines on it. It's very cute. This young child described it in his own way. This sacred Lord Black Demon's face darkened. He really wanted to slap this little brat to death, but he couldn't be rash. However, he could not be impulsive. This was the final deciding round, and he had to win. He didn't just want the 13th prince to defeat the 9th prince. He also wanted to defeat Zhao Feng. However, Sacred Lord Black Demon had eliminated a small portion of kites from this child's description, but he still didn't know where to start. Who? The wings behind Zhao Feng's back released a burst of lightning as he flew into the distance. How is this possible? Does Zhao Feng already know what this child's kite looks like? Sacred Lord Black Demon was stunned and panicked. That's a red kite. Sacred Lord Black Demon instantly realized what was going on. He only had a red kite in his first match with Zhao Feng. Sacred Lord Black Demon was able to remember what this kite looked like. This meant that there was a high chance that this red kite was this child's kite. Black Demon escape. Sacred Lord Black Demon instantly used a secret speed technique. Countless streaks of black light appeared around his legs as he chased after Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng took the initiative, it wasn't like he didn't have a chance. This time, both of them were prepared for the gravitational pull, so they were much faster. Zhao Feng arrived at the top of a tree and grabbed a kite with each hand. Zhao Feng, hand over the kite. Sacred Lord Black Demon had already released the projection of his little world and covered the area. He then used a secret speed technique and charged toward Zhao Feng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng spun in the air and dove down. At the same time, he unleashed his little world of wind lightning. Bam! 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 Zhao Feng and Sacred Lord Black Demon clashed together with the power of their little worlds. This time, Sacred Lord Black Demon caught up to Zhao Feng, so Zhao Feng's distance was very short and his explosive power wasn't very strong. Bam! The two figures each retreated hundreds of feet. Sacred Lord Black Demon had a treasure that could adapt to this dimension, so his little world projection could merge into the air as well. Zhao Feng did not gain the upper hand in the collision of the small world's power. However, this was enough to shock countless experts in the outside world. An emperor's little world could fight against a sacred lord's little world projection. His little world. Sacred Lord Black Demon had an ugly expression even though he had seen Zhao Feng's little world before. However, he didn't expect Zhao Feng's pocket world to be so powerful. Bang! Zhao Feng dove down once again. The power of the two small worlds collided with one another. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng suddenly circulated his left eye, and a transparent, purple and gold, lightning fire landed on Sacred Lord Black Demon. Swoosh! While Sacred Lord Black Demon was being attacked, Zhao Feng flew past Sacred Lord Black Demon and toward the child. Don't run! Sacred Lord Black Demon struggled for a while and broke free from Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique. Firstly, his soul intent was higher than normal sacred lords, and he also had a soul Dao treasure. Even though Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning. It would only be able to injure him a little. Zhao Feng waved his hand and released the beast horde and the sky-shaking golden apes behind him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng arrived next to the child. This kite. The child looked at Zhao Feng, a conflicted look on his face. Zhao Feng's eyes became grim, and he cursed in his heart. This kite was made of a unique material and contained the power of laws, so it couldn't be put into his interspatial dimension. The battle just now had caused the shape of the kite to become slightly twisted. On top of that, the child looked at Zhao Feng with disgust. This was discrimination towards non-players. Even if this kite belonged to the child, something had changed. Chapter 993. The child looked at the kite in Zhao Feng's hand, then at Zhao Feng, but he still didn't accept the kite. Ha ha ha, Zhao Feng, this is the result of your cheating. Sacred Lord Black Demon laughed in the back. Everyone in the Imperial tombs knew that Zhao Feng was a cheater. One of the punishments for Zhao Feng was that the other characters in the scenes would look down on him. On the other hand, the person who fought against Zhao Feng would be liked by these characters. The experts who had fought with Zhao Feng in the scenes had all come to this conclusion. Only I can complete this mission. Sacred Lord Black Demon stepped on several streaks of black light and flew toward Zhao Feng. Although Zhao Feng had released a large number of beasts and sky-shaking golden apes, these external forces were restricted by the laws of this dimension and couldn't directly harm Sacred Lord Black Demon. They couldn't directly harm Sacred Lord Black Demon unless it was a scene that allowed spiritual pets to fight. This was why these external forces were restricted by the laws of this dimension and couldn't directly harm Sacred Lord Black Demon. Therefore, in this segment, beast tamers would become a burden second only to doctors. This was also the setting of the Crown Prince trial. Beast tamers and doctors played a very important role in the second segment. Thus, in this segment, they were subjected to many restrictions. Within the Imperial tombs, the princes and quasi-sacred lords were stunned. Something like this actually happened. Even if he completed the scenario, he still wouldn't be able to win. How is this possible? Zhao Feng. The 9th prince's body shook. He didn't expect such a thing to happen in the final match. This is too unfair. Zhao Feng clearly completed the scenario. Olding immediately said. His goal was obviously to let the transparent elder in the sky hear him. These scenes aren't perfect yet. We'll make them better in the future. Being the judge, the transparent elder also felt that this situation affected the fairness of the match. The members of the 9th prince's team were instantly disappointed. The transparent elder's words were very obvious. They were going to follow the scenario and let it develop. Okay, Sacred Lord Black Demon, quickly take the kite back. The 13th prince roared excitedly. The 13th prince, who had been suppressed for a long time, felt extremely happy. Finally, this time, Zhao Feng was defeated by his team. I'm destined to win this round. Sacred Lord Black Demon laughed and flew toward Zhao Feng unhurriedly. Zhao Feng glanced at Sacred Lord Black Demon. Perhaps we can do this. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of an idea. Zhao Feng's martial monarch intent was activated. The next moment, a layer of hazy mist shrouded the illusory city maze. Although this was a mechanical puppet when it was a child, the fact that it could think proved that it had a soul and will. Therefore, children would still be affected by the Soul Dao domain. However, the effect was not great. Slowly, a layer of purple mist enveloped Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's appearance slowly turned into Sacred Lord Black Demons. What? Zhao Feng, you've turned into me. Sacred Lord Black Demon paused for a moment, but he knew what Zhao Feng was going to do. He instantly sped up and charged into Zhao Feng's illusion maze domain. Although everything in front of him was blurry, it didn't affect Sacred Lord Black Demon at all. Come, Uncle accidentally broke your kite. Come on, Uncle accidentally broke your kite. I'll compensate you with a piece of candy. Zhao Feng revealed a warm smile as he turned into Sacred Lord Black Demon and handed over the 2 items in his hands. In this child's mind, substandard god crystals were candy. Therefore, if Zhao Feng took out a substandard god crystal, he would definitely be able to gain a good impression from this child. The child paused for a moment when he saw Zhao Feng's appearance. Thank you, Uncle. However, when he saw the candy, he immediately took the candy and the kite away. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Black Demon was extremely regretful, but there was nothing he could do. The child had already taken away the kite and the candy that Zhao Feng gave him. Victor, Zhao Feng. A mechanical voice sounded across the dimension. Wang, after 10% more draconic providence appeared in Zhao Feng's Dragon Jade. He appeared on the 4th prince's stage. I won. The 9th prince didn't even have time to react. Things had developed too quickly and were unexpected. Brother Zhao, the 9th prince immediately called out. Zhao Feng had once more given him a pleasant surprise. Zhao Feng, you're so smart. Zhou Su cheered and wanted to hug Zhao Feng. Good job, Zhao Feng. Even Olding was sweating because of Zhao Feng. Everyone thought that they would lose this round for sure. He didn't expect for Zhao Feng to use such a strange move to deceive the child. On the other side, you idiot! The 13th prince's body trembled as flames of anger burned in his heart, but he could only curse like this. The other members felt extremely depressed, but they didn't dare to curse Sacred Lord Black Demon. I was too careless. I didn't think that the situation would turn around like this. Sacred Lord Black Demon felt very bad. He had been too careless and thought that he would win for sure. Outside the Lord dynasty, even more bubbling sounds of laughter rang out continuously. The development of the matter was too fast for anyone to react. Normal people wouldn't even be able to think of such a method. Sacred Lord Black Demon of 9 Darkness Palace became the laughingstock of many experts and forces. He was supposed to win, but because of his carelessness, he gave away the fruits of victory. Sacred Lord Black Demon's reputation was ruined by a young man and a child. However, the clouds nearby soon calmed down. The moving maze palace has ended. The victors are the 4th prince and the 9th prince. The transparent elder gave a deep glance at the 9th prince's stage. No one knew who he was looking at. In the next instant, a white array flashed on the 8th prince and the 13th prince's stage. Who? The 2 princes and their team members were sent out of the imperial tombs. The 2 stages slowly descended and returned to the Heaven's Legacy City. Now we'll enter the last round, the fight for the Grand Seal. The transparent elder's voice sounded. An invisible majestic aura immediately spread out. At the same time, the 2 princes' stage changed directions and faced off against each other. At the same time, the gray-white stone stage slowly sank into the ground. Boom! Steel plates abruptly extended from the front of the stairs where the 2 teams were standing. Finally, the 2 groups joined together and formed a path made of steel plates. Boom! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard in the center of this path. Countless small steel plates extended out from it, finally forming a circular battlefield. Olding! The 9th prince glanced at the 4th prince and called out, Your Highness, we have no chance of winning. Olding lowered his head and sighed. From the moment the transparent elder announced the start of the last round, the excitement of the 9th prince's team turned into silence. Although the 9th prince barely beat the 13th prince, the 13th prince's strength was far greater than his. However, the 9th prince's pseudo-crown prince seal had less draconic providence than the 13th prince, not to mention the 4th prince. We have tried our best. Shi Yulei could not hide his dispirited and unwilling mood. The ninth prince's team had the second most wins in this segment, but they had the lowest number of losses among the four princes. This meant that the ninth prince's team's performance was very good. However, the gap had already been formed from the recruitment, and it was very big. Even though the ninth prince's team performed well, they weren't able to make up for the difference. The battle for the Grand Seal has begun. The two princes will engage in the final battle. The illusory old man announced solemnly. Members of the two princes can help their own princes, but they cannot attack the enemy princes or cause any harm to them. There was only one rule for the final battle. In other words, the people behind the ninth prince could heal, protect, transfer power, and so on. However, he could not attack the fourth prince, cause him any harm, or affect the fourth prince's battle condition. Come, brother ninth prince. I didn't expect you to reach this step. The fourth prince stepped forward with a stern expression. An invisible aura of a ruler was emitted from his body. For him, the position of crown prince was already in his hands. He had also begun to acknowledge the ninth royal brother, whom he had neglected for so long. My goal is to defeat you, brother fourth prince. The ninth prince took a deep breath and walked forward. The two princes held their pseudo-crown prince seals in each hand and slowly walked to the center of the circular battleground. Wung, wung, the pseudo-crown prince seals in the two princes' hands started to tremble. Large amounts of draconic providence flew into the air along with a golden light. A majestic golden dragon could be faintly seen above the circular battleground, and its roar was enough to move one's soul. Boom! Boom! Two surges of draconic providence entered the bodies of the two princes. Countless golden dragons started to climb and spread around the two princes. Dragon light flashed and lit up heaven and earth. 75 yards of light. Zhuge Yun's eyes twinkled. The fourth prince was covered in draconic providence, and the draconic light he released reached 24 yards. More accurately speaking, it was 24 yards. One had to know that in the history of the Great Gone Lord Dynasty's Crown Prince trial, the highest draconic light was 24 yards. Unfortunately, the ninth prince is going to lose for sure. His draconic light is only 24 yards. An elder next to Zhuge Yun said, compared to the fourth prince's draconic light, the ninth prince's draconic light was slightly dimmer, a difference of 10 yards. Old Ing looked at the two princes in front of him. Prepare to attack. Old Ing immediately roared. The members of the princes' teams could support the princes from behind the scenes. Although there was no doubt who would win this battle, the ninth prince didn't admit defeat, so they couldn't give up. Zhao Feng, where are your flying beasts? Zhou Su are asked carefully at this moment. When she teamed up with Zhao Feng, she knew that Zhao Feng had given some of the dragon jades he had stolen to some flying beasts. She didn't know how much draconic providence these dragon jades had collected, but if they could reduce the difference between the two sides, their chances of winning would increase. There's no rush. Zhao Feng replied softly. Wang, Wang, the battle power of the two princes rose as the draconic providence turned into draconic providence, surpassing everyone present. The fourth prince had even become a sacred lord in the prince's tomb. With the addition of the draconic providence, his battle power had broken through the early stages of the mystic light realm and was approaching the late stages of the mystic light realm. Limitless draconic pressure controlled the air. The ninth prince's battle power was an entire level lower than his. He felt that it was hard for him to resist the fourth prince's pressure. Chapter 994. The ninth prince felt tired just resisting the pressure from the fourth prince's draconic providence. Countless magnificent intents suddenly surged over from behind and helped the ninth prince alleviate this pressure. Soul's spiritual sensing technique. Olding used a complex technique and a unique soul undulation charged into the ninth prince's soul. The ninth prince instantly felt the power of his soul increase, and he could sense things more clearly. Bodhi seed. Zhou Su waved her hand, and a bright green seed slowly floated next to the ninth prince. This technique can continuously heal, and it's also useful against damage to the soul. Zhou Su told the ninth prince the use of this technique. Yellow Dragon Protection. Shi Yulei activated his bloodline and used a secret technique. A layer of dark yellow mist instantly appeared around the ninth prince. There were lines on it that kept on changing. It was obvious that this was a defensive secret technique of the Shi family. All the members of the ninth prince's team did their best to help the ninth prince. Intent boost. Zhao Feng wasn't stingy at all. He circulated his left eye and left a mark on the ninth prince's soul. Through this mark, the ninth prince could receive Zhao Feng's eye intent and even part of the god's spiritual eye's power. In an instant, the ninth prince felt as if everything in front of him became 10 times clearer, and he could sense everything extremely accurately. The fourth prince in front of him was even slightly transparent in his eyes. He could see parts of the fourth prince's body and the distribution of his mystic light, sacred power. The ninth prince felt as if his overall strength had increased by another level. Boom! The ninth prince puffed out his chest and looked at the fourth prince. An invisible force rose up, and there was an intense collision in the void. Good. Your team members are very outstanding. Praise flashed through the fourth prince's eyes. With the help of his team members, the ninth prince's aura was on par with his. A golden long sword with dragon carvings on it appeared in the fourth prince's hand, and the lines on it instantly glittered with a golden light. Take this. The fourth prince raised his sword and slashed down. The members behind the ninth prince instantly felt a limitless sacred, lord-level pressure crush over. The power of this sword contained extremely profound intent of the Tao of the sword. Zhou Su and Su Qingling took a few steps back and stood behind the other members. How terrifying! So this is the draconic luck controlled by the royal family. Jing Kai exclaimed. This invisible dragon might was actually targeted at the ninth prince. Moreover, the fourth prince was fighting alone. None of his subordinates were helping him. Clang! The ninth prince immediately pulled out an ancient azure lightning sword. Azure lightning flashed as he slashed out. All the draconic providence in the surroundings gathered together as the two swords danced. Bam! The ninth prince quickly retreated dozens of steps before stabilizing himself. If it wasn't for Shi Yulei's defensive secret technique, Zhou Su's healing secret technique, and Olding and Zhao Feng's senses and reaction time, he would have been severely injured. As for the fourth prince, he only took half a step back under such a terrifying collision. He was completely unharmed. So strong, one person against our entire team. Shi Yulei was slightly surprised. Even though the other members of the team didn't really make a move, it was still the same. The fourth prince's foundation is already extremely strong, and his draconic providence far surpasses the ninth prince's. Olding slowly said. The difference between the two princes' teams wasn't just big. Furthermore, the fourth prince's team members hadn't even done anything yet. World of Wind Lightning. Zhao Feng suddenly released his little world of wind lightning. However, his little world appeared around the ninth prince. Rumble. Boom. Boom. Limitless power of lightning within the little world of wind lightning flowed into the ninth prince's ancient azure lightning sword. At the same time, the power of this little world could be used as a shield for the ninth prince. What a strong power of lightning! The ninth prince exclaimed. The inheritance sacred weapon in his hand contained the element of lightning. But since the ninth prince didn't cultivate any lightning elemental techniques, he couldn't use its full power. However, with the support of Zhao Feng's lightning, the power of lightning within his inheritance sacred weapon was unleashed to the maximum. The ninth prince even felt that the power of lightning within Zhao Feng's little world surpassed the power of lightning within his inheritance sacred weapon. Boom! At this instant, Countless arcs of lightning flashed around the ninth prince's body. Not bad. Your aura has become stronger, but it's time to end this. The fourth prince's voice was calm. The increase in the ninth prince's battle power wouldn't change anything. Fighting with the ninth prince once meant that the ninth prince had acknowledged him. If he continued, it would be an insult to the ninth prince. As the fourth prince's voice sounded, the members behind him circulated their emperor and sacred lord intents, and used secret techniques to reinforce the fourth prince's body. One boom, boom. Limitless power gathered around the fourth prince. Even space couldn't handle it and started to give off loud explosions. Come. The fourth prince's voice was deafening and resounded across the sky. Whoosh! The ninth prince was the first to attack. A bolt of ancient green lightning shot out with countless draconic runes. The fourth prince placed his golden, long sword in front of his chest. Rumble! He easily blocked the ninth prince's attack. The limitless power of lightning couldn't even break through the fourth prince's defense. With the help of the members of the fourth prince's team, the ninth prince's attack wasn't able to injure the fourth prince at all, even if it was a level higher. Let's end this. The fourth prince waved his long sword and shattered the ninth prince's attack. Whoosh! The fourth prince raised his golden long sword, and all the draconic providence in the air seemed to be attracted by this sword. Limitless power surged into it. This golden long sword was like a golden sun. It flashed with a golden light, and a giant golden dragon that spat out golden flames could be faintly seen on it. Before the fourth prince's sword even descended, it already gave the ninth prince and company a pressure that was as heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle came from the sky. Normal eagles definitely wouldn't be able to get close to the battlefield between the two princes. When everyone raised their heads, they saw a ball of light slowly descend. That's a dragon jade. An exclamation came from the fourth prince's side. Ding! This dragon jade accurately landed on the ninth prince's body and then fell. However, the draconic providence within the dragon jade was absorbed by the ninth prince. The draconic providence behind him suddenly increased by 1 meter. Where did this dragon jade come from? Shirule was also curious. This dragon jade just so happened to land on the ninth prince. Could the heavens be helping them? Roar! A few more eagle cries sounded. Whoosh! 3 streaks of light landed on the ninth prince's body. One boom! The ninth prince instantly absorbed the draconic providence within the dragon jade, and the draconic providence behind him increased by 2 more meters. This should be Zhao Feng's method. He uses the abilities of a beast tamer to make beasts wear dragon jades and go out to collect draconic providence. Zhuge Yun explained to everyone behind the fourth prince. However, the draconic providence within these dragon jades is limited. It won't change anything. Zhuge Yun confirmed. The fourth prince's victory wouldn't change. That's right. It's just 4 dragon jades. At most, there's only this much draconic providence. Another member said. The ninth prince's draconic providence had also increased by 3 more meters, reaching 25 yards. The difference between it and the fourth prince's draconic providence was like heaven and earth. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a few more eagle cries sounded from the distance. Ding! Ding! Bam! 5 more dragon jades landed from the sky and landed on the ninth prince. Although there wasn't much draconic providence within each dragon jade, there were a total of 9 dragon jades. Everyone knew that many drops made a mickle. At this moment, the ninth prince's draconic providence had almost reached 20 yards. How is this possible? How can there be so many dragon jades? A member behind the fourth prince exclaimed. This many dragon jades must have been taken from the other princes. However, after a prince used the pseudo-crown prince seal to ask for help, the related dragon jades would activate the array and teleport them away. It was impossible for them to stay in the imperial tombs. The 9th prince's draconic providence is about to reach the 4th prince's, a member said in a deep tone. On the other side, the 9th prince and the other members were also surprised and excited, but they didn't know why. Why did so many dragon jades descend on the 9th prince? But then the dragon-winged eagles all flew to Zhao Feng's side and vanished. Brother Zhao, the 9th prince's heart shook slightly. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to have prepared something like this for him. Now that his draconic providence was extremely close to the 4th prince's, it wasn't as if he didn't have the ability to fight back. The 9th prince's blood started to shake. Zhao Feng had a calm expression. One of the 10 dragon-winged eagles had died while collecting draconic providence. The 4th prince saw all of this and didn't say anything. Even though the 9th prince's draconic providence had increased because of the 9 dragon jades, he wasn't scared. Someone behind the 4th prince exclaimed, "There's still more dragon jades." Immediately, everyone's eyes looked into the distance. The 4th prince's expression changed slightly. This time, it wasn't the dragon-winged eagles that flew over. It was several other flying beasts. Ding, ding, bam. 3 dragon jades landed on the 9th prince's body, and the draconic light behind him grew by a few more feet. It was the same as the 4th prince's draconic light. They were both 24 feet tall. These 3 flying beasts were sent out by Zhao Feng in the beginning, so they had collected slightly more draconic providence. Let's end this. The 4th prince's deep voice sounded as he slashed down with his sword. The 9th prince's draconic providence was the same as his. However, the 4th prince still had the absolute advantage in strength. A golden sword light that was like an ancient golden dragon charged toward the 9th prince. Roar! Roar! When this sword descended, 2 flying demonic beasts in the distance threw out the dragon jades in their claws and smashed them onto the 9th prince. There should have been 3 flying beasts, but one of them met with an accident while collecting draconic providence. Bam! Limitless draconic providence and lightning spread. The 9th prince's sword unleashed a peerless power that destroyed the 4th prince's attack. Good, this is more interesting. The 4th prince's battle intent burned. Right now, the 9th prince's draconic providence was much more than his. However, the 4th prince was very strong, and he had the support of the other members behind him. His battle power was still slightly higher than the 9th prince's. Roar! Just as the 4th prince finished speaking, a loud and clear bird cry resounded in the sky. His heart suddenly trembled. Chapter 995. The 4th prince wasn't the only one whose heart shook. The members behind him were also shocked. Shwa, a normal-looking black eagle radiating a heavy ancient aura, threw down a piece of dragon jade. It glowed brightly like a ball of white light. This eagle was a Yao spirit that Zhao Feng had enslaved in the ancient dream realm. Because it was a product of the ancient dream realm, it had a huge advantage in this dimension. It could enter all kinds of dangerous places and collect draconic providence. This was why this piece of dragon jade contained the most draconic providence. Boom! The draconic light behind the 9th prince's back grew even brighter, and the roar of a dragon sounded. A giant golden dragon of lightning slowly rose behind him, and its aura became stronger. The 9th prince's team was extremely excited. The rise after being suppressed made their blood boil, and they had the urge to fight with all their strength. 8 yards! One of the members behind the 4th prince exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? Zhuge Yan's voice was deep and filled with doubt. This was already the 15th piece of dragon jade. They had seen Zhao Feng take 10 pieces of dragon jade from the 3 princes when he was attacking cities. It was very likely that Shinjizi, who specialized in arrays, had made the teleportation array within the dragon jade lose its effect, which was why these dragon jades were still here. However, Even then, the number of dragon jades didn't make sense. Furthermore, the amount of draconic providence contained within the dragon jade that the Black Eagle had just left behind was extremely high. Even if Xiao Feng had gotten the dragon jade back then and told the beast to collect draconic providence, he wouldn't have been able to collect so much. There were too many suspicious points. 8 yards of draconic light, 6 yards more than the fourth prince. Sacred Lord, 10,000, Lightning murmured. Even if the ninth prince had 6 yards more draconic providence than the fourth prince, the ninth prince didn't have much of an advantage. Firstly, there was a big difference between the two princes themselves. Secondly, the difference between the members behind the two princes was even bigger. And immediately, Zhuge Yan's voice sounded in the minds of everyone on the fourth prince's team. These variables, from attacking cities and seizing lands, to moving mazes, to the final battle for the Grand Seal, all of these variables were because of Xiao Feng. Furthermore, this variable was so great that it was enough to turn the situation around. Zhuge Yan looked at Zhao Feng's expressionless face and suddenly lost his confidence. The Grand Seal is mine. The fourth prince raised the dragon pattern golden, sword high up, summoning all the dragon luck chi. At the same time, there were numerous heaven and earth signs around him, all of which were the protective and supportive abilities of his subordinates. Who? The fourth prince charged out, and the invisible dragon providence in the surroundings danced in the air. Tung! The ninth prince also soared into the sky. At this moment, his dragon providence had surpassed the fourth prince's, so he wasn't afraid at all. Ding! The two swords clashed, and lightning and golden light shook the heaven and earth. Above the two of them, 2 golden dragons could be vaguely seen roaring and fighting each other. Brother, you really surprise me. The fourth prince's face darkened. Only after fighting seriously with the ninth prince did he realize that the ninth prince's control over his draconic providence had reached an extremely precise level. Furthermore, the ninth prince's attacking style was also extremely profound. How is this possible? The experts behind the fourth prince exclaimed in their hearts. The ninth prince was only 6 feet taller than the fourth prince, but he was able to fight on par with the fourth prince. One had to know that the fourth prince was a sacred lord, and the ninth prince was only close to a quasi-sacred lord. Brother fourth prince, you've always been my goal to surpass. The ninth prince's eyes twinkled and his blood boiled. The special support that Xiao Feng had given him allowed him to have extremely precise control over everything he did. This was why he could control the draconic providence as he pleased and make up for the difference in cultivation between him and the fourth prince. Furthermore, by observing the fourth prince's actions, he could even predict the fourth prince's moves and find a way to counter them. The ninth prince's battle power seems to have instantly increased. Olding was slightly surprised. He understood the ninth prince very well, so he could obviously tell that the ninth prince's moves were unique and could counter the fourth prince to a certain extent. Xiao Feng, you're really good. Sure, Yulei finally praised Xiao Feng at this moment. Now that the situation had changed, the ninth prince had at least a 50% chance of becoming the crown prince. At this moment, tempestuous waves rose in the great Qian dynasty. Countless experts and forces couldn't believe what they were seeing. The ninth prince, who was ranked 7th in overall strength, was able to fight against the fourth prince and was on par with him. Many experts questioned the method that Xiao Feng used to collect draconic providence. First of all, it was a big problem to collect so many dragon jades. Secondly, the beast tamer wouldn't be able to control the beasts that collected draconic providence, so there was an 80% chance of accidents happening. Furthermore, wiping out the teleportation array within the dragon jades was a problem as well. Normal array masters would need to spend a long time to destroy the array within the dragon jades without damaging them. However, Xiao Feng had solved all the problems perfectly. Fourth prince. 2 sacred lords suddenly stepped out from behind the fourth prince. Even they couldn't accept the reality in front of them. They were the strongest group. The fourth prince had to win. Wang, Sacred Lord, 10,000 Lightning, and the other Sacred Lord immediately circulated their secret techniques and sent out a large amount of profound, mystic light, sacred power. Sacred Lord, 10,000 Lightning's energy was even more condensed, and it had a crystalline quality to it. This was a technique unique to Sky Suspension Palace. The fourth prince and the ninth prince's battle was close to the late stages of the mystic light realm. Normal experts wouldn't be able to help much apart from using some supportive secret techniques. However, mystic light realm sacred lords were different. They could send out a large amount of refined mystic light, sacred power. Wang, the fourth prince, felt the sacred power within his body surge endlessly. But there was one flaw. It was too chaotic. However, this was enough. Ding! Boom! The fourth prince released a powerful surge of energy with every movement as he released his mystic light, sacred power. Bam! The ninth prince's hands trembled slightly as he blocked one of the fourth prince's attacks, and the defensive technique that Shi Yulei put on instantly crumbled. Mystic light, sacred power, the ninth prince murmured. Right now, he was still using true yuan. This was the huge difference between him and the fourth prince. Otherwise, he would have been able to easily defeat the fourth prince with just the extra 6 feet of draconic light. Zhao Feng, where's that Yao bird from the very beginning? Zhou Su asked with surprise. She remembered that Zhao Feng could fly when they first arrived at the imperial tombs, and he even let out an ancient Yao bird. After extorting the dragon jades, he started to collect draconic providence from the beasts. What? There are more beasts? Old Ying's expression changed, and joy appeared in his eyes. If he had another piece of dragon jade, it would be able to make up for the difference in cultivation between the fourth prince and the ninth prince. Not good. Fourth prince, hurry up and finish it. Sacred Lord 10,000 Lightning's expression changed dramatically as he messaged. The conversation between Zhou Su, Olding, and company wasn't through spiritual sense, so they could hear it clearly. He and the other Sacred Lord immediately increased the amount of sacred power they used. The fourth prince had a solemn expression. He obviously heard the conversation between Zhou Su, Olding, and company as well. Lose. The air around the fourth prince started to tremble as all the draconic light retracted back into the golden sword. He poured as much mystic light, sacred power into the inheritance, sacred weapon in his hand. Ding! Wang, the golden dragon-patterned longsword, seemed to be unable to withstand the earth-shattering power, and it trembled and cried out. Golden dragon, sacred slash. The fourth prince gripped the sword with both hands and slashed out. Wang boom! A beam of golden white light that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart shot over with a powerful sword aura. Everything in its path was destroyed, and even space itself started to twist. Not good, ninth prince! Olding exclaimed. The power of the fourth prince's sword surpassed the attacks of normal late-stage mystic light realm cultivators. He's gathered the mystic light, sacred power of 3 sacred lords. Shi Yulei's voice trembled. Furthermore, the mystic light, sacred power that the 2 sacred lords behind the fourth prince had sent out had been refined through a special method. It's coming. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he murmured softly. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the fourth prince's all-out attack. The power of that attack was enough to cover everything. Only the ninth prince felt a strong surge of draconic providence approaching him. Absorb! Before the dragon jade even got close to the fourth prince, he forcefully circulated a secret technique of the imperial family and absorbed the draconic providence within it. Wham boom! When the earth-shattering golden dragon slash slammed into the ninth prince, a deafening dragon roar also exploded. The draconic light behind the ninth prince's back became even brighter. 80 yards, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 5 feet. Boom! The power of draconic providence surrounded the ninth prince's body, and an ancient green sword of lightning with peerless draconic providence swept out. Boom! The killing blow that was closing in on him suddenly shattered. A limitless dragon might spread out from the ninth prince's body. Plop! The fourth prince, who had just unleashed his full power and thought that he would definitely win, was instantly pushed back several dozen yards and fell onto the ground. At this instant, the ninth prince's power had completely surpassed his. The fourth prince found it strenuous just to resist the pressure of this will. Boom! The ninth prince slashed out and shattered the pseudo-crown prince seal behind the fourth prince. Wung wung, the pseudo-crown prince seal in his hand instantly released limitless golden light. Countless golden lines flashed on the small golden seal. Countless golden draconic light surrounded it, and a surge of sacred power started to brew within the dragon's seal. Grand seal, form! The transparent elder instantly flashed with a white light. At the same time, a giant white array appeared on the stone steps and the battleground. The next instant, the two princes and their team members returned to the great gone imperial palace. The crown prince trial had officially ended. The great gone imperial palace was dead silent for a moment before it exploded with a boom that shook heaven and earth. The ninth prince actually won. I didn't even see the reversal at the end. What happened? I only saw the ninth prince's draconic light increase dramatically. Because the scene was rather blurry, coupled with the fourth prince's peerless brilliance and phenomenon. Almost no one could clearly see how the ninth prince had won. In the main hall, the other princes who had already left were still in a daze. The ninth prince won against fourth brother. The seventh prince didn't dare to believe it. How is this possible? The ninth prince won. Damn it, that's Zhao Feng. The 13th prince's body trembled, and his expression became fierce. Great! Ninth prince, Zhao Feng. Duke Nanfeng stood up and clapped his hands. The forces of the Lord dynasty and Cloud Sky City were shocked, and the forces were angry and angry. Many experts and princes sighed unwillingly. No one noticed that in an inconspicuous corner there was a strange and evil killing intent hidden. Hee, I didn't expect it to be the ninth prince. Chapter 996. The ninth prince, the fourth prince, and the other members of the group appeared in the air above the stone disk. The instant the crown prince seal appeared, it started to stir the draconic providence nearby. Then, the faint light on the ancient stone plate slowly dimmed, and the white light screen around it also disappeared. Whoosh! The stone disk turned into a streak of light and returned to the main hall of the imperial palace. The crown prince trial has ended. The ninth prince will be the crown prince for now. A voice sounded in the depths of the hall. I didn't expect the winner to be my ninth prince, Zihong. The sacred emperor was still slightly surprised. He had wanted to help his 13th prince, but he had been defeated by the ninth prince. The fourth prince, who was the strongest, had also been defeated by the ninth prince. The sacred emperor wasn't even very familiar with his ninth prince. Anger flashed through the sacred empress' eyes as she looked at the ninth prince and Zhao Feng. The crown prince trial had ended. However, the great gone imperial palace was even more lively. On the same day, the imperial palace hosted the crown prince celebration. All the official forces and sects had a certain number of spots to enter the imperial palace. The ninth prince was extremely busy at the crown prince celebration. The representatives of countless forces in the Lord dynasty greeted the ninth prince and gave him some gifts. The members of the Imperials who normally looked at the ninth prince with cold eyes welcomed him with a smile. Zihong, I already knew that you would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. An elder of the Imperials immediately went up and said, Congratulations, brother ninth prince. No, I should call you the crown prince now. The seventh prince went up and gave a toast. Even the other princes had to greet the ninth prince. Maybe the ninth prince would be the one to ascend to the throne in the future. The other princes would have to listen to him if they wanted to survive in the Imperials. Apart from the ninth prince, the busiest person in this celebration was the forces that supported him and those that supported him in becoming the crown prince. At this moment, some of the representatives of the Shur family were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths as they greeted the other forces. The rise of the Shur family was destined. Brother Shur, your performance in the Crown Prince trial is truly admirable. A genius from a big force greeted Shur, Yule, warmly. On the other side, Grand Duke Lan's palace, where Su Qingling was, walked with the other representatives. Many people even mentioned Su Qingling's marriage. Even though Zhao Feng had just entered the continent zone, his reputation wasn't very good, and the number of forces he knew could be counted on one hand. But at this moment, there were still countless experts from the major forces who took the initiative to befriend him. After all, everyone could see that the ninth prince was able to become the crown prince because of Zhao Feng's help. Moreover, Zhao Feng's own strength was also astonishing, and he had his own forces to manage. Zhao Feng, you're really something. Xian Wuheng walked over with a smile. I was just lucky. Zhao Feng smiled and avoided some of the people he didn't know as he walked toward Xian Wuheng. Brother Zhao, you're too humble. Xian Wuheng shook his head. This time, the fourth prince had been completely defeated by Zhao Feng. He had been defeated by the last 16 pieces of dragon jade. Xian Wuheng had done some research on arrays, but he wasn't confident that he could erase the teleportation array inside without damaging the dragon jade. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's idea of collecting draconic providence must have started from the very beginning. From this, one could see how far he had thought. Brother Xian, you're joking. Zhao Feng didn't deny it. In reality, Zhao Feng didn't know anything about arrays. However, Golden Eye's ability, partial disintegration, could perfectly solve this problem. As long as he could determine the location of the teleportation array and use the partial disintegration ability to destroy the structure of the array would stop working. This would be difficult for some array masters, but it was a small matter for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, congratulations. Tai Litian, who was wearing a red robe, slowly walked over. Although the fourth prince that the Tai family supported had lost to Zhao Feng, the fourth prince's performance was enough to make them pay attention to him. However, Zhao Feng's performance was enough to make them pay attention to him. The Tai family's original plan was to forcefully bring Zhao Feng back to the Tai family after the Crown Prince trial ended. But now, they came to congratulate him. Zhao Feng, you've shined this time. Duke Nanfeng also smiled and congratulated. Originally, he had only wanted to return a favor to Zhao Feng. He had not expected that the ninth prince would actually become the crown prince. This made Duke Nanfeng feel like he owed another favor before he had even repaid his debt. After dealing with many people, Zhao Feng came to the side of the Ocean Smoke Pavilion. Grand Elder, Bai Qingyue said happily. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion was already a 3-star force, and now that the ninth prince had one, the Ocean Smoke Pavilion became even more powerful. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion had become the undisputed overlord of the coast, adding on the protection of the dynasty's draconic providence. Bai Qingyue believed that she could make the Ocean Smoke Pavilion reach Zhao Feng's expectations even faster. After the celebration, you can go back first. In the continent zone, Zhao Feng still had some matters to attend to, so he couldn't leave. Although Bai Qingyue was slightly disappointed, she immediately revealed a warm smile. Zhao Feng asked about the Ocean Smoke Pavilion and the development of the assassination forces. At the same time, he took out most of his resources and gave them to Bai Qingyue. The assassination forces had just started, and the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's foundation couldn't compare to some of the older forces. If they wanted to develop quickly, they needed a large amount of resources. This was also why Zhao Feng didn't strengthen his bloodline in the Heaven's Legacy City. Also, send all the information about the owner of the Eyes of Samsara to me. Zhao Feng suddenly said, "In the corner. Don't give up. You're still too young, and you can't compare to your brother in terms of experience." The authoritative male comforted the 13th prince. "I just don't want to accept this. Why was the 9th prince the crown prince?" The 13th prince said in a small voice, He did indeed become the crown prince, but I don't know if he can sit there stably." The authoritative male revealed a wicked smile and messaged. The 13th prince's expression froze as he looked at his uncle. The position of crown prince isn't that easy to sit on. The authoritative male had a deep gaze. In reality, that was indeed the case. There were still 5 years until the current sacred emperor abdicated. This period of time was the crown prince's inspection period. If the crown prince made any serious mistakes, it would be affected. "Father," the 9th prince arrived in front of the sacred emperor. "Zihong, your performance this time was very good," the current sacred emperor said with a smile. Many of the imperial uncles nearby also smiled and replied. The celebration continued until the night of the 2nd day. At this moment, the 9th prince could finally go back and rest. "Your Highness, Crown Prince, I still need to stay at your place for a few more days," Zhao Feng said with a smile. "Brother Zhao, where are you going?" the 9th prince asked. He didn't mind Zhao Feng staying at his place, but he could tell that Zhao Feng had something important to do. "I have something to do." Zhao Feng didn't give a clear answer. He couldn't kill the 13th prince right now. On the other hand, it was impossible for him to meet Zhao Yufei. Furthermore, he needed to find out more about the owner of the Eyes of Samsara. However, he could ask Olding. Although Olding had left the Imperial Skynet, he should still be able to ask some of his connections. "Father will probably reward all of you tomorrow. Brother Zhao, please don't miss it." The 9th prince knew that Zhao Feng had once rejected Duke Nanfeng's recommendation to become a count. However, the sacred emperor was personally rewarding him this time, so he had to be present. At the same time, the 9th prince took out a golden token. With this token, Zhao Feng could enter the imperial palace whenever he wanted. "Thank you." Zhao Feng took the token. After all, not just anyone could enter the imperial palace. "Your Highness, Crown Prince." Butler Qi immediately came out to greet the 9th prince. Zhao Feng glanced at Butler Qi, and his left eye suddenly started to twitch. Suddenly, a cold blade appeared in Butler Qi's hand. Whoosh! A translucent black dagger stabbed toward the 9th prince's chest. "Butler Qi." The 9th prince had a stunned expression. He didn't have time to defend himself. Furthermore, Butler Qi's sneak attack was as fast as lightning, and it was accompanied by a wicked mystic light, sacred undulation. The 9th prince would die for sure even if he tried to defend himself. Butler Qi revealed a wicked and cruel smile, as if the assassination had succeeded. However, in the next instant, Zhao Feng and the 9th prince's figures disappeared with a flash of silver light. This is... Butler Qi's expression turned to shock as his attack missed. The ability to pass through space. Butler Qi's voice was deep. "Who?" Butler Qi immediately turned around and turned into a streak of dark light that merged into the darkness and quickly retreated. Within the 9th prince's palace, Zhao Feng and the 9th prince suddenly appeared in the room where Zhao Feng had once entered seclusion. "Zhao Feng, this is the ability of the misty spatial world." The 9th prince's heart jumped as he looked at Zhao Feng and took a deep breath. Luckily, Zhao Feng's substandard god weapon had saved his life at the critical moment. Zhao Feng had once entered seclusion here and left behind the spatial coordinates. However, why would Butler Qi assassinate him? No, that wasn't Butler Qi. 9th prince, stay here. I'll go take a look. Zhao Feng said before flying away. Before Butler Qi took action, Zhao Feng felt that the real Butler Qi had probably been killed already. He was very surprised. Who would have the guts to enter the imperial palace and assassinate the 9th prince, or the current crown prince at that? The first person Zhao Feng thought of was the 13th prince. He couldn't rule out the possibility that the 13th prince would do something stupid on impulse. Furthermore, this person is very strong. Zhao Feng quickly flew through the imperial palace. When he was teleporting away, he left a mark of the god Eye on Butler Qi. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng could only sense a rough direction. This meant that the assassin had already sensed it and used a method to suppress Zhao Feng's mark of the god Eye. I didn't expect him to have such an ability. How careless! Butler Qi had a dark and hateful expression as he quickly flew through the maze palace. Some of the patrolling guards couldn't even sense him. Who? Zhao Feng followed the mark of the god Eye and chased after him. Who is it? Flying is forbidden in the imperial palace. The patrolling guard immediately shouted. Assassin! Zhao Feng suddenly circulated his god Eye, and a surge of Eye bloodline power appeared in Butler Qi's soul. At this moment, the patrolling guards immediately sensed something. At the same time, they also knew who Zhao Feng was. Assassin! Over there! All the patrolling guards in the imperial palace were alerted. Damn it, this brat! Butler Qi's face twisted, and one could faintly see a face covered in black scales. I can't escape anymore. Butler Qi's face was filled with despair and solemnity. He suddenly stopped moving. You meddlesome brat, let's die together. Butler Qi's voice was low and hateful as he turned around and charged at Zhao Feng. Who? Butler Qi's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Zhao Feng. A transparent black dagger ignored the resistance of space and slashed toward Zhao Feng. Chapter 997. Let's die together, you meddlesome brat. Butler Qi looked at Zhao Feng and gritted his teeth in anger. Firstly, the assassination of the crown prince had failed because of Zhao Feng. Secondly, Zhao Feng's tracking had completely exposed him. He had never thought that he would fall in the hands of this young martial emperor. Who? Butler Qi's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Zhao Feng. His transparent black dagger ignored the resistance of space and slashed toward Zhao Feng. A heaven-grade weapon from the Tao of assassination. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. The strength that Butler Qi displayed wasn't simple. Sacred lightning protection. An ancient barrier of wind lightning suddenly appeared around Zhao Feng's body as he faced Butler Qi's swift attack. Who? Wang. Butler Qi completely ignored Zhao Feng's defense and circulated his sacred power as he slashed down. Rumble. Boom. Zhao Feng's sacred lightning protection shattered, and a terrifying surge of sacred lightning was pushed back. Wang boom. Butler Qi circulated his mystic light, sacred power to protect himself, and the attack continued toward Zhao Feng. What? Zhao Feng's heart shook. The assassin didn't even try to dodge his sacred power, sacred lightning. All he did was circulate his sacred power to block it. Zhao Feng could sense the emotions of this assassin. It seemed like he was ready to die. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng felt that the situation wasn't good, so he immediately circulated his left eye and used a soul eye bloodline technique. This assassin had probably been hiding in the imperial palace for a long time and had watched the crown prince trial. He probably knew about Zhao Feng's strength and some of his techniques. Furthermore, the strength that this assassin displayed had reached the early stages of the mystic light realm. Even though Zhao Feng had the sacred lightning body, he wouldn't dare to take this attack head-on. A shocking surge of eye bloodline flames instantly appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. Golden purple light flowed around it, and dark god tribulation lightning symbols appeared. Boom! A ball of transparent purple and gold lightning fire with the aura of god tribulation lightning landed on the assassin's head. See! The assassin let out a shrill cry. His soul and saint body were suddenly attacked by the power of the thunder tribulation, which made him pause. Xiao. Zhao Feng immediately distanced himself from the assassin. Inside the palace, the majority of the guards were half-step kings, or early kings. Only a few squad leaders were great emperors. However, they still did not dare to approach the area where Zhao Feng and the assassin were fighting. If it wasn't for the sturdiness of the palace and the protection of the formation and dragon providence, everything in the vicinity would have been destroyed. Die. In less than half a breath's time, the assassin recovered and attacked Zhao Feng again. As an assassin, he had a certain amount of knowledge regarding the soul. As such, the damage that Zhao Feng's eye technique could inflict on him was limited. Great Qian Imperial Palace, who dares to be so insolent? A deafening roar came from behind and resounded throughout the entire palace. Rumble. The entire palace began to tremble as countless streams of dragon providence rose. The invisible draconic providence merged with the laws of heaven and earth and locked down heaven and earth. Even the air froze. Zhao Feng's movements became stiff and slow, as if he had entered a swamp. His true yuan and bloodline were all greatly suppressed. A golden dragon silhouette appeared above the imperial palace like the radiant light of the sun. A magnificent power filled everything within a few hundred miles, and the terrifying power of draconic providence seemed to materialize as it filled every inch of the air. In an instant, heaven and earth changed, and night became day. Everything in heaven and earth was controlled by the golden figure. What's going on? Tai Hong Nan immediately raised his head and looked into the sky. The sacred king of the great Gan dynasty has taken action. The eyes of the elder from Sky Suspension Palace were grim. The great Gan dynasty forbids the use of force, but the sacred king guarding the great Gan Imperial Palace has personally taken action. Duke Nan Feng started to feel uneasy. Inside the palace, many members of the royal family and the experts of the sex were shocked as they sensed the terrifying laws of profundity between heaven and earth. Boom! 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 The thousands of guards around the golden figure immediately knelt down and worshipped the magnificent power and draconic pressure. Boom! Boundless mystic light, sacred power, and draconic providence surged around the assassin's body and instantly formed a pair of golden arms with dragon tattoos on them. The assassin was grabbed by the golden dragon-tattooed hands, and he wasn't even able to resist. How dare you offend the great Gan dynasty? A cold harumph sounded from within the golden figure. Kacha! The golden, dragon-tattooed hands suddenly squeezed, and the assassin's body shattered, leaving behind a half-transparent black soul that was restrained by limitless laws of sacred power. Rumble. The golden figure glanced at Zhao Feng before disappearing with the surge of draconic providence. The golden light above the palace suddenly disappeared, and heaven and earth returned to normal. You're courting death. How dare you sneak into the imperial palace? The Imperials are invincible within the great Gan Imperial Palace. That was Sacred King Feather Spirit just now, right? That's a Sacred King expert. Amidst the exclamations, the guards slowly dispersed and returned to their posts. Sacred King. Zhao Feng's heart shook. Those at the peak stages of the mystic light realm could only be called Sacred Kings when their comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth had reached a whole new level. Sacred Kings stood at the peak of the continent, and they were existences only below demigods. Zhao Feng sensed that when the Sacred King descended, he fused his laws and intents into the air to control all things. Furthermore, Sacred Kings controlled limitless draconic providence within the great Gan Imperial Palace. Even Sacred Kings of the same rank would be crushed. Thank you, Emperor Zhao, for finding traces of the assassin. One of the guards said seriously. Zhao Feng then returned to the 9th Prince's palace. At this moment, Old Ing was also at the 9th Prince's place. Zhao Feng, who was that assassin? The 9th Prince immediately asked. Something like this hadn't happened in the last several dozen thousand years in the great Gan Lord dynasty. The appearance of a sacred king had alerted all the members and forces of the Lord dynasty. It was almost impossible for that assassin to survive. It might be a non-human. Zhao Feng made a precise guess based on some information. Non-humans? The non-humans have snuck into the Great Ghan imperial palace? The 9th prince was surprised. Maybe it was because the crown prince trial had activated the draconic providence, allowing the non-humans to sneak in. However, the fact that the non-humans had snuck into the inner regions of the Great Ghan Lord dynasty seemed to indicate something. No wonder. His target should be the crown prince. Olding had a deep gaze. Within the forbidden grounds behind the imperial palace, a terrifying surge of soul power spread. Sacred King Feather Spirit reached out and placed his hand on a half-transparent black soul. Boom! This soul suddenly shattered under the powerful soul intent. The non-humans might have already invaded the Great Ghan Lord dynasty. Sacred King Feather Spirit's voice sounded after a while. The flashing balls of light fell silent for a long time. If that's really the case, then the news of the non-humans' invasion should still be on the way. An old sigh sounded. Even if they used teleportation arrays, it would take 5 months to get from the northwestern part of the Great Ghan Lord dynasty to the center. However, if it was just information, it would only take 10 days with the help of a special organization of the Imperials and the teleportation arrays. At this moment, a voice sounded from outside, reporting to the Grand Emperor. There's news from the northwestern border. Enter. An old voice sounded. A golden piece of paper with dragon patterns on it slowly floated over and landed in Sacred King Feather Spirit's hand. Wung, wung, the dragon rune seal on it immediately disappeared. The non-humans have invaded. A solemn voice sounded in everyone's souls. Chapter 998. Within the 9th Prince's palace, 3 people sat around a round table. Olding, how much do you know about the eyes of Samsara? Zhao Feng asked. With Old Ying's experience, he definitely knew a lot that others didn't. The eyes of Samsara have the ability to imprison the souls of the dead and create an undying Samsara body. Apparently, this is the power of the Samsara of death. And the eyes of Samsara have another side, the Samsara of life. Olding said in a solemn tone after thinking about it. The eyes of Samsara were extremely rare even amongst the descendants of the 8 great god eyes, and they had special abilities. Furthermore, the inheritors of the eyes of Samsara rarely appeared on the continent. Therefore, there was very little information regarding the abilities of the eyes of Samsara. Olding didn't know much about the Samsara of life. There's also the Samsara of life? Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the eyes of Samsara to have another side, the power of Samsara. Could the Samsara of life be the key to finding Lu Qinshin that the sage mentioned? Zhao Feng thought, there aren't any clues regarding the whereabouts of the inheritor of the eyes of Samsara. Zhao Feng didn't give up. The inheritor of the 8 great god eyes lived in seclusion in the continent. Even an intelligence organization like the Imperial Sky Net couldn't find any traces of him. Apparently, the inheritor of the eyes of Samsara appeared in the Yu province 1,000 years ago. Olding seemed to remember something, and suddenly said, in reality, it was hard for the Imperial Sky Net to find traces of a lone traveler like the eyes of Samsara. The Great Ghan Lord dynasty had a lot of territory, and there were many dangerous places with few people. The Tsang Ocean was also out of their reach. Furthermore, the inheritor of the eyes of Samsara purposely hid his identity. That was when the Emperor of Death first arrived in the continent zone. Olding said. Olding then told Zhao Feng about the Emperor of Death and the inheritor of the eyes of Samsara. Something must have happened between them back then, which is why the eyes of Samsara were able to revive the Emperor of Death from so far away. Zhao Feng came to a conclusion. After all, he had killed the Death Emperor in the Tsang Sea. If the eyes of Samsara didn't have anything to do with the Emperor of Death, they wouldn't be able to revive the Emperor of Death in the continent zone. Furthermore, even if something had happened between the two, it was incredible that the owner of the Eyes of Samsara was able to revive the Emperor of Death and his Eye of Death from so far away. This meant that the owner of the Eyes of Samsara was several levels stronger than the Emperor of Death. Zhao Feng, why are you searching for the Eyes of Samsara? Olding asked in confusion. In his opinion, there was only one reason why Zhao Feng was searching for an inheritor of the Eyes of Samsara: revenge. After all, the Emperor of Death had been revived by the Eyes of Samsara. Without the Eyes of Samsara's permission, the Emperor of Death couldn't act on his own. However, the strength of the owner of the Eyes of Samsara wasn't something that Zhao Feng could contend with at his current level. I'm a little interested in the bloodline descendants of the 8 great god eyes. In addition, I want him to help me with something. Zhao Feng's reply made Old Ying's worries disappear. Old Ying could tell that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline wasn't simple. In this era, the descendants of the 8 great god eyes possessed the strongest eye bloodlines. As for Zhao Feng, he had killed the Emperor of Death, who possessed the Eye of Death, twice. On top of that, Old Ying had seen Zhao Feng's powerful eye bloodline technique many times. It was extremely rare for other eye bloodlines to have power comparable to the bloodlines of the 8 great god eyes. If you want to find him, I think you will find him. Old Ying smiled and said, the Emperor of Death, who had been revived by the Eyes of Samsara, was once again defeated by Zhao Feng. Did the owner of the Eyes of Samsara not want to see a powerful eye that didn't belong to the 8 great god eyes? Old Ying was looking forward to Zhao Feng meeting with the Eyes of Samsara. Brother Zhao, I can help you, the 9th prince said without hesitation. He needed a lot of people and information to find people. The 9th prince was confident that he could help Zhao Feng. Also, Yu province is controlled by the Ji family, right? Zhao Feng thought about the place that Old Ying just mentioned. I don't know if the Ji family is willing to help you. Otherwise, it'll be too difficult to find a single person in Yu province. Old Ying sighed. Although the 9th prince had obtained the position of crown prince, it was still unknown if he could successfully ascend to the position of sacred emperor. During this period of time, the other princes would stand against the 9th prince. If something happened to the 9th prince, they would be able to take the position of crown prince again. If the princes stood against the crown prince, then the forces behind them should be the same. The Ji family was the force behind the 8th prince. In the 3rd stage, the moving maze palace, Zhao Feng's actions targeted the 13th prince and the 8th prince. Therefore, the Ji family wouldn't welcome Zhao Feng. That's not for sure. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. When Zhao Feng and Duan Muqing headed to the center of the continent zone, they met a grand elder of the Ji family, Sacred Lord Star Demon. Since Sacred Lord Star Demon had invited Zhao Feng, he obviously wouldn't reject Zhao Feng just because of the prince's position. Zhao Feng was also very interested in books related to the Ji family's eye bloodline. There should be eye bloodlines in the continent zone that were even stronger than the Purple Star Eyes. However, the Ji family was publicly recognized as the strongest eye bloodline family. The power of a family wasn't something that a single individual could compare to. Sacred Lord Star Demon shouldn't have left yet, right? Zhao Feng suddenly said, Zhao Feng, you know Sacred Lord Star Demon? Old Ying's expression turned to surprise. From the looks of it, Zhao Feng had his own methods. This night wasn't going to be peaceful. The patrols in the palace had more people, and they could occasionally feel the auras of special treasures. These treasures probably had the ability to sense or detect non-humans. Zhao Feng could also feel several powerful auras around the 9th Prince's Hall. In the past, the Imperial Palace was the safest place in the Great Gone Lord Dynasty. Almost no experts would follow the princes within the Imperial Palace, but tonight was an exception. Many forces had already received the news on the 2nd day. The Tai family and the Yu family had returned immediately, and the other forces could guess some things as well. Within the main hall of the imperial palace, the sacred emperor sat on the golden dragon throne in the hall. The princes and the representatives of the Grand Duke's palace stood on both sides of the hall. Zihong, now that you're the crown prince, you need to work even harder on cultivating. At the same time, you need to take care of the politics of the Great Gan Lord dynasty as well. The sacred emperor kept on reminding the ninth prince. Today, Zhou Zihong will officially become the crown prince of the Great Gan Lord dynasty. The sacred emperor's expression became serious as he wrote down a decree. The contents of the decree would soon spread across the 18 provinces of the Great Gan Lord dynasty. Those who assist the ninth prince will be given the title of count and will be protected by the providence of the Great Gan Lord dynasty. The sacred king wrote down another decree. The protection of providence meant that their overall strength would increase within the Great Gan Lord dynasty. Furthermore, this providence was ethereal and could affect many things. Generally speaking, it would be good for them. Furthermore, the title of count would allow them to have the territory of several islands. All of this could be discussed in the Great Gan Lord dynasty's organization. Of course, the title of count was the main reward. Other rewards included the 18 provinces, the Great Gan Lord dynasty, and other special organizations. The representatives of each province then reported some matters, and the sacred emperor quickly retreated. He didn't mention anything about the non-humans at all. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be much of a problem with the non-humans. In the past 1,000 years, the two Lord dynasties had always been in conflict. Furthermore, there was no point for Zhao Feng to think too much about it. After saying goodbye to the ninth prince, Zhao Feng headed toward the eighth prince's palace. Master, Bai Qingyue and the others from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion were already waiting there. His trip to Yu Province was the same route that the people from the Ocean Smoke Pavilion were taking. Therefore, Zhao Feng used the Dark Heart Seal to send a message to Bai Qingyue. Come with me to visit the Ji family. Interacting with the 8 big families would increase the Ocean Smoke Pavilion's network. The Ocean Smoke Pavilion was an intelligence organization, so this was very important. Little friend Zhao, your eye bloodline techniques have increased in a long time. Sacred Lord Star Demon led the members of the Ji family out of the 8th prince's palace. Ji Wuye, Ji Lan, Ji Dengtian and company instantly looked at Zhao Feng. Ji Lan had a complicated expression. Zhao Feng had easily defeated her in the divine illusion dimension, and now he had defeated 2 geniuses of the Ji family from the previous generation in the imperial tombs. Ji Wuye, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Feng with respect. Senior Star Demon, you must be joking. This junior is planning on going to the strongest eye bloodline family on the continent to learn. Last night, the 9th prince had sent someone to greet him, so the people of the Ji family were waiting here for Zhao Feng. The 8th prince and the crown prince were enemies, but Sacred Lord Star Demon didn't show any hostility toward Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng couldn't help but look at him in a different light. Maybe in Sacred Lord Star Demon's eyes, only his eye bloodline and eye bloodline techniques were important. Zhao Feng believed that he would definitely gain something from this trip. Ha ha ha! The Ji family welcomes any powerful eye bloodline. Sacred Lord Star Demon couldn't help but laugh. Although Zhao Feng didn't display much of his eye bloodline's abilities in the Crown Prince trial, Zhao Feng was still able to sense the power of his eye bloodline. However, Sacred Lord Star Demon, who had been paying attention to this, could see things that others couldn't. These disciples of the Ji family can also learn many things from little friend Zhao. Sacred Lord Star Demon said. These words were obviously said to the people of the Ji family behind him. Although they were the forces behind the 8th prince, their meaning was very clear. Although they were the forces behind the 8th prince, they still had a good relationship with the crown prince on the surface. Therefore, they were told to form a good relationship with Zhao Feng. At the same time, they could learn some things from him. Zhao Feng then left the imperial palace with sacred Lord Star Demon and company. Within the 8th Prince's hall, the 8th Prince, Luo Zun, was puzzled. Your Highness, although the 9th Prince has become the Crown Prince, the force behind him and the current situation makes it very hard for him to stabilize his position. Another old man beside him analyzed the situation. His meaning was very clear. The 8th Prince didn't need to help the 9th Prince, but he should stop the Ji family from interacting with Zhao Feng. He just needed to wait for the right time to take back the position of Crown Prince. I know what to do. The 8th Prince had a calm expression and spoke decisively. Understood. The elder was slightly surprised, but he didn't say anything. As a strategist, he could only give advice. The true leader was still the prince. Luo Zun paused for a moment before understanding what the 8th Prince meant. He didn't want to stand against Zhao Feng anymore. If the 9th Prince was able to become the Crown Prince, then why couldn't he become the Crown Prince with Zhao Feng's help? Chapter 999. For months later, Zhao Feng followed sacred Lord Star Demon to the Ji family of Yu province. The Ji family was located in the middle of a mountain forest. Streams flowed on all sides, and the purple mist was hazy. Without a special secret technique or a disciple of the Ji family leading the way, normal people wouldn't even be able to find the Ji family. This is indeed a paradise. Zhao Feng sighed. The purple mist that floated around the Ji family was not only hazy and beautiful, but it also had a hypnotic effect, causing those who were enjoying the scenery to hallucinate. At the same time, the disciples of the Ji family had a strong resistance against illusions after staying in this environment for a long time. Little friend, Zhao should be here to exchange eye bloodline techniques, right? Sacred Lord Star Demon said with a smile. Although he had used the Ji family's eye bloodline to invite Zhao Feng was here. But now that Zhao Feng was here, he naturally couldn't unconditionally open the Ji family's treasury to Zhao Feng. In other words, even Zhao Feng would have to take out some precious eye bloodline techniques, such as his mysterious eye bloodline technique. This junior is here to learn from you. Zhao Feng smiled awkwardly. He knew that Sacred Lord Star Demon was very interested in his ability to disintegrate. Zhao Feng also knew that the ability of his left eye was very unique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cheat in the maze palace. Zhao Feng obviously wasn't willing to reveal his disintegration technique. Even if he did, there probably wasn't any eye bloodline in the continent zone that could use it. The golden ripple was created by the mysterious golden ball, and the Heaven's legacy race automaton judged it to be the light of dispersion. This was the first time Zhao Feng had heard of the light of dispersion, and he didn't know much about it. It was best if he didn't reveal it. Little friend Zhao is too humble. No one in the younger generation of the Ji family is your match. Sacred Lord Star Demon's expression changed slightly. Zhao Feng's unwillingness to pay made him somewhat displeased. Even if Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique was very precious, could it compare to the Ji family's collection? Ji Lan and Ji Wei couldn't help but lower their heads when they heard this. Ji Dengtian and Ji Bai's expressions darkened. Not only the younger generation of the Ji family, even the previous generation of the Ji family was not a match for Zhao Feng. Also, there's another reason why I'm here. I need your help with something. Zhao Feng thought for a while and said directly, "What is it? Tell me about it." Sacred Lord Star Demon's expression remained the same. He thought that Zhao Feng came to the Ji family to learn the eye technique. He didn't expect that Zhao Feng had other matters to attend to. "I want to get some information about someone in Yuzhou." Zhao Feng spoke bluntly. "Oh, alone?" Sacred Lord Star Demon and the other members of the Ji family revealed curious expressions. With Zhao Feng's status in the force behind the 9th Prince, Olding, and Zhao Feng's own intelligence network, this person was definitely not simple. "The inheritor of the eyes of Samsara," Zhao Feng said calmly. The other members of the Ji clan were shocked. The person Zhao Feng wanted to find was the inheritor of one of the 8 great god eyes. They had heard about the eyes of Samsara before. Several thousand years ago, they had appeared on the continent and then disappeared. Sacred Lord Star Demon's expression paused for a moment before he spoke. "I can help you with this." "Thank you very much," Zhao Feng said with a faint smile. The group soon arrived at the Ji family. Sacred Lord Star Demon led Zhao Feng into the inner part of the Ji family. "Little friend Zhao, since you're looking for someone, why don't you stay at the Ji family for now?" Sacred Lord Star Demon said. "Then I'll be troubling you." Zhao Feng immediately agreed. Finding someone wasn't something that could be done in just 1 or 2 days. Furthermore, he obviously couldn't use his superhuman browsing abilities to browse through the Ji family's eye bloodline technique collection. If he did, it would take longer, but Zhao Feng didn't mind. "Jilan, arrange a place for little friend Zhao and his friends to stay," Sacred Lord Star Demon ordered before disappearing into the purple mist. "Thank you," Zhao Feng said courteously. Jilan then led Zhao Feng by Qingyue and company to a beautiful garden. "Everyone can stay here for now." Jilan left after saying that. "Master, Qingyue thinks that Sacred Lord Star Demon should know something about the eyes of Samsara." Bai Qingyue spoke after Jilan left. "I can see that." Zhao Feng's expression became grim. However, there was nothing he could do if Sacred Lord Star Demon wasn't willing to say it. Before leaving, Zhao Feng would ask again and try to get some information from Sacred Lord Star Demon. "All of you can stay here for now. If you have time, you can walk around and get to know some of the upper echelon members of the Ji family." Zhao Feng walked into a room after giving the order. Ji Lan came by herself the next morning. "Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Star Demon invites you." Jilan then led Zhao Feng to a secret hall in the forest. "Come in." Sacred Lord Star Demon's voice sounded from within the hall. Jilan's heart jumped. If Sacred Lord Star Demon said that they could all come in, that meant that she could go in as well. This was Sacred Lord Star Demon's personal residence, and some of Sacred Lord Star Demon's personal treasures were even more precious than the family's. They might even be able to see Sacred Lord Star Demon's incomplete eye bloodline technique. The interior of the hall was dim, and the layout was simple. "These are all my personal treasures. Little friend Zhao can look through the bookshelves on the left, but you'll have to stop at the ones on the right," Sacred Lord Star Demon said arrogantly. Although there were only 2 rows of bookshelves here, the contents recorded inside were all rare in the outside world. Zhao Feng glanced at the bookshelves on the right. There was a white screen in front of the bookshelves, and runes of different colors flowed on the screen. Zhao Feng didn't say anything and started to look through the contents on the bookshelves on the left. "You can take a look as well," Sacred Lord Star Demon said to Jilan. With Sacred Lord Star Demon's permission, Jilan immediately flipped through the books with Zhao Feng. However, every single book here contained an incomparably vast amount of knowledge. It would take a while just to memorize all of them in a short period of time. Zhao Feng casually took out a book that explained the principles behind eye bloodline techniques. If Zhao Feng had been able to read this book when he first started learning eye bloodline techniques, his mastery of eye bloodline techniques would have increased by leaps and bounds. From the looks of it, Sacred Lord Star Demon's personal treasures are indeed all precious eye bloodline techniques. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Although the contents of these books couldn't be compared to the Xieyang book in the ancient god's mysterious palace, these books were all related to eye bloodlines. However, these books were all about eye bloodlines and were extremely useful to Zhao Feng. Ordinary great emperors would need 2 hours to memorize the contents of each book. Although Zhao Feng could directly absorb the contents into his left eye, Sacred Lord Star Demon and Jilan were present, so he had to memorize them as he read. He couldn't show off too much. I wonder if there's any progress in finding the inheritor of the Eyes of Samsara? Zhao Feng asked as he browsed through a book. Actually, the inheritor of the Eyes of Samsara came to the Ji family several thousand years ago. Sacred Lord Star Demon said something that surprised even Ji-Lan this time. Even she didn't know about this, even though she was a disciple of the Ji family. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He didn't expect Sacred Lord Star Demon to answer his casual question. From the looks of it, there were too many outsiders present, so Sacred Lord Star Demon didn't say anything. At that time, he also came to read the Ji family's eye bloodline techniques, and he even left behind some of his eye bloodline techniques and theories. Sacred Lord Star Demon revealed even more secret information. The eye bloodline techniques and theories of the Eyes of Samsara. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. The eye bloodline techniques and theories of the Eyes of Samsara were similar to the dark eye secret technique that Zhao Feng had obtained from Duan Muqing. However, there was no doubt that the inheritor of the Eyes of Samsara had left behind something even more precious. However, the Ji family doesn't know much about him. He might still be a new province. Sacred Lord Star Demon added, "Thank you, Senior Star Demon, for telling me." Zhao Feng clasped his hands in thanks. Not only did Sacred Lord Star Demon tell Zhao Feng about his personal stash, he also told Zhao Feng such secret information. The things he left behind are on the bookshelf to your right. Sacred Lord Star Demon revealed a cunning smile. Zhao Feng smiled helplessly and immersed himself into the book in his hand. On the other side, Ji-Lan didn't care about Zhao Feng's presence at all. She focused on memorizing as much information as she could so that she could comprehend it when she returned. Time passed by, and the light became dimmer, but the two in the room didn't notice anything. "All right, this old man is going to rest. Ji-Lan, take little friend Zhao back." Sacred Lord Star Demon's voice sounded from the room next door. "Understood." Ji-Lan couldn't bear to put the book in her hand back on the bookshelf. "Young Sir Zhao, please leave with me." Ji-Lan looked at Zhao Feng and didn't have the complicated emotions she had before. If it wasn't for Zhao Feng, she wouldn't have been able to read Sacred Lord Star Demon's personal stash. She had to thank Zhao Feng. One had to know that even Ji Wuya, Sacred Lord Star Demon's disciple, had only been here for one day. "Why are you looking for the Eyes of Samsara?" Ji-Lan asked on the way. The last time the Eyes of Samsara appeared was 1,000 years ago. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Zhao Feng to have anything to do with it. "The Eyes of Samsara can help me find an important person." Zhao Feng replied simply, "Oh." Ji-Lan nodded. She seemed to understand, but not really. At this moment, 3 members of the Ji family walked toward them. "Ji-Lan, you're back." One of them was a handsome young man with purple hair. His face was filled with excitement as he walked over. "And I just came back." Ji-Lan revealed a helpless expression. This is..." Ji-Lian looked at Zhao Feng with unfriendliness. The 2 members of the Ji family behind him looked at Zhao Feng and revealed expressions as if they were watching a show. Everyone knew that Ji-Lian loved Ji-Lan. So a beauty like Ji-Lan didn't have any suitors among the younger generation of the Ji family. They didn't expect this outsider to be so close to Ji-Lan. "He's a guest of the Ji family, Zhao Feng." Ji-Lan answered honestly. The 3 members of the Ji family revealed weird expressions. Wasn't Zhao Feng the purple-haired, demonic duo from the divine illusion dimension? He should have been a thief that had stolen many treasures from the Ji family. How did he become a guest of the Ji family and hang out with Ji-Lan? Ji-Lan finally realized something when she saw their expressions. The news of the Crown Prince trial might not have reached their ears yet. Right now, the 18 provinces only knew that the 9th prince had become the Crown Prince in this Crown Prince trial. "Zhao Feng, I don't care that you stole the treasures of the Ji family in the divine illusion dimension, but I won't allow you to be so close to Ji-Lan in the future." Jilian's tone changed as he warned Zhao Feng. Chapter 1000. Zhao Feng, I don't care that you stole the Ji family's treasures in the divine illusion dimension, but I won't allow you to be so close to Jilan in the future. Jilian's tone instantly changed. Even though Zhao Feng was a guest of the Ji family, he didn't need to be polite with Zhao Feng. This was the pride of the 8 big families. Jilan paused for a moment and was about to stop Jilian. With Zhao Feng's current status and the force behind him, even the Ji family didn't want to offend him openly. If the 9th prince successfully became the emperor, then the force behind Zhao Feng would become even stronger. They might be able to surpass the Ji family in just a few hundred years. However, Jilan was thinking that Zhao Feng might be able to help her get rid of Jilian. Then I'll be leaving first, Jilan. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as he said goodbye to Jilan. Jilan's expression changed. She didn't expect Zhao Feng to leave so calmly. She didn't want to face Jilian alone. She was about to say something to Zhao Feng, but she realized that she wasn't familiar with Zhao Feng at all. Zhao Feng glanced at Jilian before leaving. This was the Ji family's territory, and Zhao Feng owed Sacred Lord Star Demon a big favor. So Zhao Feng didn't want to cause trouble. Did you hear what I just said? Jilian's expression became grim as he saw Zhao Feng leave calmly, as if Zhao Feng had completely ignored his words. You don't need to care about my business. Zhao Feng's voice was cold as he continued to leave. What? You? Jilian's face went slightly red. Zhao Feng's words showed that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Where do you get your freedom in the Ji family? Jilian instantly turned around, and his faint purple eyes released a ripple of eye bloodline power. No. Jilan immediately stopped him. He didn't expect Jilian to attack. However, it was too late. The eye bloodline technique only lasted for an instant. A layer of invisible chains made of purple mist appeared around Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng still walked away slowly, as if he wasn't affected at all. Humph. Jilian's face was ashen, even though he wasn't a diligent cultivator. However, he had already made his move, yet there was no effect at all. Beside him, there were a few other disciples of the same age watching. This caused him to lose all face. Jilian immediately released all of his eye intent. Jilian was an Emperor Realm expert. Although his attainments in ocular techniques were average among the Ji clan's disciples, his ocular technique was enough to imprison a peak Emperor Realm expert in the outside world. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. Although he was not affected by Jilian's eye technique, he was annoyed by Jilian's interference. Even if Zhao Feng leaves today, there is no guarantee that Jilian will not come looking for trouble next time. After all, Zhao Feng will be staying at Ji family for a period of time. Zhao Feng suddenly turned around, and a purple golden luster appeared in his left eye, which extended into a bottomless abyss that exuded a fatal attraction. In an instant, Jilian's illusion collapsed. What? Jilian's eyes twitched, and he instinctively looked at Zhao Feng's eyes. In the next instant, Jilian arrived at a purple maze. The maze was covered in thick fog, and wind and lightning boomed above. Jilian, what's wrong? A Ji clan disciple beside Jilian noticed that Jilian was standing there like a fool, not moving at all. Jilian didn't react to their words at all. The two tried to use various eye techniques, but there was no effect. What did you do to Jilian? The two disciples panicked. From this scene, they could obviously see Zhao Feng's strength. Even so, Zhao Feng dared to make a move against Jilian. He was destined to suffer. Zhao Feng turned around and left, ignoring them. At this moment, Jilan also left with Zhao Feng. You didn't do anything to him, right? Jilan looked at Zhao Feng with lingering fear in her heart. Even with her mastery in illusions, she was still very surprised. What kind of illusion did Zhao Feng use to have such an effect on a disciple of the Ji family? One had to know that the disciples of the G family had the purple star eyes, and they were mostly immune to illusions. Adding on the fact that the disciples of the G family specialized in soul Tao illusions, they would definitely be able to break through it easily. He will recover in a while. Zhao Feng said after thinking about it. The illusion just now was a new technique that Zhao Feng had created by combining the Eye of Illusion and the Purple Star Days that he had secretly learned from Sacred Lord Star Demon's secret hall. Not only could it drag the enemy's consciousness into its own illusion dimension, but it could also change the enemy's 5 senses and divine sense, creating the illusion that it was real and making the enemy fall into an illusion. Normal people would know that everything in front of them was fake when they fell into an illusion, so they would be able to break free. However, what if the person who fell into the illusion thought that everything around them was real? Of course, the illusion just now was just Zhao Feng's first attempt. He needed to read more books on illusions and eye bloodline techniques in order to perfect it. Zhao Feng felt that he needed to pick up the soul Tao illusions that he had left behind in the past. Oh, Ji Lan nodded her head. Although she knew that Zhao Feng's eye bloodline techniques were powerful, she didn't expect him to have such high mastery in illusions as well. But you need to be careful of Ji Lian. He might come looking for trouble again, Ji Lan warned, but she immediately felt that there was no need. Sacred Lord Star Demon had invited Zhao Feng, and adding on Zhao Feng's own strength, it would be hard for Ji Lian to do anything to Zhao Feng. Even the upper echelon of the Ji family behind Ji Lian wouldn't make things difficult for Zhao Feng for Ji Lian. Zhao Feng started to comprehend what he had read today after returning to his residence. He also split a part of his consciousness to cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and comprehend the intent of destruction within the God Tribulation Lightning. The Tao of Illusions had 2 main paths of development. The first was the Tao of Illusions, which affected the soul to a certain degree. The second was the Tao of Illusions, which used illusions as a supplement to other attacks. However, most of the disciples of the Ji family chose the path of illusions. The understanding of illusions in the Ji family's collection is definitely the best in the continent. Zhao Feng sighed in his heart. He still remembered that Meng Shi from the 1,000 Darkness Sacred Clan had the bloodline of the Nightmare race, which was ranked 339th among the 10,000 ancient races. She could use illusions to affect reality. This was a special ability of the 10,000 ancient races, but it could also be considered illusions. If one cultivated the Tao of illusions to a certain level, they might also have the power of the 10,000 ancient races. Master! Bai Qingyue's voice sounded nearby. What is it? Zhao Feng could communicate with Bai Qingyue through the Dark Heart Seal. If Master wants to study the Tao of Illusions, you can go to the Ji family's Purple Star Tower. Bai Qingyue suggested. The Ji family's Purple Star Tower was famous across the continent for cultivating the soul and illusions. Many disciples of the Ji family used their family contribution points to exchange for time to enter the Purple Star Tower. However, she believed that Zhao Feng definitely didn't know about the Purple Star Tower. Purple Star Tower? Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He really didn't know about this. Bai Qingyue then told Zhao Feng about the Purple Star Tower. In the morning of the second day, Ji Lan arrived once again. Zhao Feng, Sacred Lord Star Demon invites you over. The two then went to Sacred Lord Star Demon's private hall and started to comprehend and study just like yesterday. Ji Lan was extremely excited. She didn't expect that she would still be able to stay here and browse through the precious books with Zhao Feng. At the same time, Ji Lan could guess Sacred Lord Star Demon's intentions. He wanted to give her a chance to be alone with Zhao Feng. Ji Lan smiled bitterly. She couldn't deny that any girl would be tempted by a peerless genius like Zhao Feng. However, she didn't have the confidence to make Zhao Feng fall in love with her. Ji Lan was also very surprised as to why Sacred Lord Star Demon had such high hopes for Zhao Feng. The room became pitch black as the light started to dim. Senior Star Demon, this junior wants to see the contents of the bookshelf on the right. Zhao Feng messaged Sacred Lord Star Demon, who was in the next room. Oh! Sacred Lord Star Demon's figure instantly arrived next to Zhao Feng with anticipation. Zhao Feng handed over the Dark Eye secret technique that he had already imprinted to Sacred Lord Star Demon. Dark Eye secret technique? The Dark Eye of Death. Sacred Lord Star Demon took the book from Zhao Feng's hands and started to flip through it. Little friend Zhao, this is all about death and the soul. It's a bit vague, but the contents might be very useful to some disciples of the Ji family. Sacred Lord Star Demon smiled faintly and spoke in a roundabout tone. Zhao Feng smiled. He didn't have much hope in the first place. He was only at the small origin core realm when he obtained the Dark Eye secret technique. Although the Emperor of Death's mastery in eye bloodline techniques was high, it couldn't compare to the strongest eye bloodline families in the continent zone. It was within Zhao Feng's expectations that Sacred Lord Star Demon didn't care about the Dark Eye secret technique. However, he wouldn't reveal the theory behind how Zhao Feng's God Eye was broken down. Then what about the Soul Eye refining technique? Zhao Feng thought about it, but didn't take it out in the end. The Soul Eye refining technique was the most valuable eye-stealing technique in the Heavens Legacy City. Furthermore, the eye-stealing technique itself was harmful to the world, and Zhao Feng had the god's spiritual eye. Therefore, Zhao Feng took out the other, soul-cultivating technique. Soul-splitting technique? Sacred Lord Star Demon was slightly curious as he took the item from Zhao Feng's hands. Okay. Sacred Lord Star Demon's sudden words scared Jilan quite a bit. What kind of secret technique can make Sacred Lord Star Demon so excited? Jilan's heart started to beat faster, and she admired Zhao Feng even more. Sacred Lord Star Demon closed the book in his hands after a long time and said with a smile, "Little friend, Zhao has 3 days to enter the bookshelf on the right." Zhao Feng smiled faintly. Although the soul-splitting technique only had the first level of the skill, the thought process of this skill was extremely bold and it could topple tradition. Furthermore, the automatons in the Heavens Legacy City had a very high evaluation of this technique. Zhao Feng believed that Sacred Lord Star Demon was someone with good eyes. Jilan was stunned. In her memory, the bookshelf on the right of Sacred Lord Star Demon had only been open to one person. There were very few books inside, but they were all extremely valuable and rare on the continent. Also, if little friend Zhao wants to perfect the soul-splitting technique, there might be something you need inside. Sacred Lord Star Demon reminded Zhao Feng before leaving. In another luxurious palace of the Ji family, great-grandfather, Zhao Feng made a move against me and made Lian lose all face. Ji Lian knelt in front of a hall. "You've lost face for the Ji family." A hazy and old voice sounded out of nowhere. Yes, Lianer knows that he was wrong, but that Zhao Feng, Jilian's heart jumped as he continued to speak. He's a guest that Sacred Lord Star Demon brought over. The old voice stopped Ji Lian's words. Ji Lian instantly paused. Disappointment flashed through his eyes, and he didn't say anything else. However, the Ji family is the force behind the 8th prince. Sacred Lord Star Demon didn't discuss it with me before befriending the force behind the 9th prince. The old voice sounded once more. Chapter 1001. At this point in time, the white barrier in front of the bookshelf on the right had disappeared. Zhao Feng stepped in, and Jilan's heart jumped. Although the barrier was gone, she didn't dare to enter without Sacred Lord Star Demon's permission. Zhao Feng picked up a random book and started to flip through it. Analysis of Fire Eye Bloodline Techniques. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. Most of the books on the left were related to the Tao of Illusions, and they were useful for the purple star eyes of the Ji family. On the right, there were all kinds of eye bloodline techniques, as well as some obscure theoretical knowledge. Zhao Feng flipped through the books. While looking for something, he was interested in. Found it, the Samsara Death Eyes. There weren't many books here, so Zhao Feng soon found what he needed. The Eyes of Samsara contain the laws of samsara, and they can extract the soul of the dead from the samsara of heaven and earth. They can then be reborn in the samsara of death. Zhao Feng finished reading the book. The Eyes of Samsara were related to the laws of heaven and earth, and the samsara of death was a unique existence that couldn't be replicated. Therefore, even if there was a detailed analysis of the Eyes of Samsara's unique eye bloodline techniques, it was almost impossible to use them with other eye bloodlines. In order to revive someone, one must first place a mark of samsara on their body. Zhao Feng understood. The Eyes of Samsara could only extract a soul that had a mark of samsara on it from the laws of heaven and earth. The power of samsara was everywhere, and its ability to travel through space was extremely strong. It could do it even from several 100 million miles away. This was why the Emperor of Death was able to be revived even though he was far away from the continent zone. Not everyone who dies can be revived through the Eyes of Samsara. Zhao Feng's expression became dim as he continued to read. The soul that revives from the samsara of death can't enter the body of another. It can only reside in the samsara immortal bodies created by the Eyes of Samsara. Since the samsara immortal bodies are also created by the samsara of death, they can't die. Zhao Feng was stunned, but he seemed to understand a little. Samsara existed in heaven and earth, and the Eyes of Samsara were a product of the laws of samsara. This meant that the Eyes of Samsara had their own world. Everything in the samsara of death was equivalent to leaving this world. The owner of the Eyes of Samsara was the ruler of the samsara of death. My God, I also seems to have a world. Zhao Feng thought of the ancient dream realm. However, the ancient dream realm wasn't under Zhao Feng's control. Perhaps only when Zhao Feng's god eye completely awakened could he become the ruler of that world. In addition, Zhao Feng also thought that there seemed to be a space of death in the Eye of Death, but he wasn't very clear about its abilities. In other words, the 8 great god eyes and their bloodline inheritances all seemed to have their own independent world of laws. Through his detailed understanding of the Eyes of Samsara and Zhao Feng's knowledge, Zhao Feng's understanding of the Eye of Samsara was extremely profound. He gained a deeper understanding of the 8 great god eyes. A while later, Zhao Feng finished reading. The entire Samsara Death Eyes introduces the Samsara of Death, but it only mentions one thing about the Samsara of Life. After a certain amount of time after death, the Samsara of Life has a way to reincarnate. Zhao Feng was stunned. As expected, the Eyes of Samsara had the legendary ability to revive the dead. However, it wasn't a cure, but a way to revive. This method seems to be extremely similar to Lu Qinqin's revival. Zhao Feng softly murmured. Overall, Zhao Feng had a certain understanding of the abilities of the Eyes of Samsara. If it wasn't necessary, Zhao Feng didn't want to become enemies with the Eyes of Samsara. After reading through the Samsara Death Eyes, Zhao Feng spent some time reading other books. The rarity of every book here wasn't much different from the Samsara Death Eyes. A while later, Zhao Feng looked at an ancient book in his hand, the Soul Recovery Divine Technique. Before Zhao Feng even saw the contents, the author of the Soul Recovery Divine Technique attracted Zhao Feng's attention. It's actually the author of the 10,000 Divine Thoughts Technique and the Soul Splitting Technique. Zhao Feng finally understood what Sacred Lord Star Demon meant. He just hoped that this book wasn't incomplete as well. Zhao Feng then started to flip through it. So detailed. Zhao Feng exclaimed, "This Soul Recovery Divine art wasn't just a cultivation technique. It also contained many cultivation insights and theoretical analysis. This technique could refine the soul, but its main use was to increase the recovery ability of the soul. Just like the body, the soul had a certain recovery ability, and it would only show itself when it was injured. However, the recovery ability of the soul was very slow. Therefore, most people would carry some herbs to heal the soul. This soul recovery divine technique doesn't have much practical use. Zhao Feng evaluated. Even if one cultivated the soul recovery divine technique to the peak, its recovery ability wouldn't be as good as some precious herbs to heal the soul. Furthermore, the requirements for cultivating the soul recovery divine technique were very high. Even those that specialized in the soul might not be able to do it. However, the last line of words attracted Zhao Feng's attention. Cultivating the soul recovery divine technique can increase the success rate of cultivating the soul splitting technique. Zhao Feng had high hopes for the soul splitting technique. Furthermore, after reading through this ancient book, Zhao Feng realized that cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique could increase the effectiveness of the soul recovery divine technique. Looks like the soul splitting technique isn't the continuation of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. There's another soul recovery divine technique in between. Zhao Feng immediately memorized the contents of the soul recovery divine technique. Luckily, the level of this technique wasn't high. With Zhao Feng's current soul attainment and learning ability, he would be able to cultivate it in no time. Maybe the author thought of the soul-splitting technique first, but found that ordinary people couldn't cultivate it. Then he created the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the soul recovery divine technique. Zhao Feng finally understood how precious the soul-splitting technique was. No wonder the mechanical puppet in the Tianji city said that the complete soul-splitting technique was at least a top-tier, heaven-grade technique. Before cultivating the soul-splitting technique, one had to cultivate 2 basic techniques, and the requirements of these 2 basic techniques were extremely high. For example, Duanmu Qing had cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique for thousands of years, but he still hadn't reached a high level. Luckily, Zhao Feng's 10,000 divine thoughts technique was about to reach the peak, and Zhao Feng was confident that he could cultivate the soul recovery divine technique in a short time. Zhao Feng couldn't help but have a better impression of the soul-splitting technique. No wonder Sacred Lord Star Demon was so interested in the soul-splitting technique. Sacred Lord Star Demon must have a certain understanding of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, and he has the soul recovery divine technique. Zhao Feng couldn't help but wonder if Sacred Lord Star Demon wanted to cultivate the soul-splitting technique as well. Sacred Lord Star Demon's voice sounded when Zhao Feng memorized the contents of the soul recovery divine technique. Looks like little friend learned a lot today. Come back tomorrow. Jilan looked at the bookshelf that Zhao Feng was on and revealed a look of desire. Zhao Feng put down the book in his hand and said humbly, I heard that the Ji family's Purple Star Tower is extremely famous in the continent, and it's extremely helpful for condensing the soul and cultivating illusions. Hee, fine, I'll give you a Purple Star token. A 6-star purple token floated in front of Zhao Feng after saying that. Purple Star token. Jilan was surprised. One had to know that the disciples of the Ji family had to pay a large amount of contribution points to enter the Purple Star Tower, and the time was limited. The Purple Star token was usually given to disciples of the Ji family when they made great contributions or when they participated in competitions. Although the Purple Star token could only enter the Purple Star Tower once, there was no time limit. Thank you, Senior. Zhao Feng took the token and clasped his hands together. Zhao Feng and Jilan then left Sacred Lord Star Demon's private hall. At night, Zhao Feng started to cultivate the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the soul recovery divine technique at the same time. A technique that can increase the recovery ability of the soul is equivalent to body strengthening techniques. Zhao Feng estimated that he would be able to reach the peak of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique in just a few months. This was the first time that Zhao Feng had come into contact with the soul recovery divine technique, so his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He reached the 3rd level in just one night. After cultivating the soul recovery divine technique, Zhao Feng realized that his soul had a sliver of indescribable activity. The next morning, Ji Lan arrived as expected. Zhao Feng, let me take you to the Purple Star Tower. This was actually Sacred Lord Star Demon's order, but Ji Lan didn't mind. Because of Zhao Feng, she had already borrowed books from Sacred Lord Star Demon's private library for 2 days. However, the number of books she had truly memorized was less than 10. Let's go. Zhao Feng walked out of the room. The Purple Star Tower was the most famous cultivation ground of the Ji family. It was because of the existence of the Purple Star Tower that the disciples of the Ji family were so talented and had a strong foundation in the soul and the Tao of illusions. Some forces from the outside world would use large amounts of resources to exchange for the right to enter the Purple Star Tower of the Ji family. This was also why some of the families of the 8 big families were able to maintain their reputation even though they weren't very strong. The 8 big families all had their own foundations, and they relied on their own abilities to establish good relationships with the forces from the outside world. The Purple Star Tower was located in the center of the Ji family, and many disciples came and went. The news that Zhao Feng had come to the Ji family had spread yesterday. Look, it's Zhao Feng. Ji Lan wouldn't have fallen for Zhao Feng, right? Impossible. I think that Ji Lian will come and cause trouble for Zhao Feng very soon. The passing disciples discussed animatedly. The senses of experts that specialize in the soul were extremely strong, so Ji Lan's face went slightly red when she heard this. Compared to Ji Lian, Zhao Feng was indeed much better. Ji Lan couldn't help but think, "Elder, we want to enter the Purple Star Tower." Ji Lan said to the elders in charge in front of the Purple Star Tower. At the same time, Zhao Feng took out his Purple Star token. A Purple Star token? An elder looked at Zhao Feng with surprise. Only the upper echelon of the family could give a Purple Star token. You can go in now. The two walked into the Purple Star Tower together. Different from Zhao Feng, Ji Lan was using contribution points from the family. After entering the Purple Star Tower, their vision became blurry. There was only a thick purple mist in front of them. On the ground of the first floor, there was a futon with a disciple sitting on it. The futons on the first floor of the Purple Star Tower were filled with Ji family disciples, and most of them were at the true spirit realm. Chapter 1002. Near where Zhao Feng was staying. Ji Lian, that brat went to the Purple Star Tower. One of Ji Lian's lackeys jogged to Ji Lian. Ji Qingming, Zhao Feng went to the Purple Star Tower. Ji Lian's eyebrows furrowed. Sacred Lord Star Demon had high hopes for Zhao Feng and gave Zhao Feng the right to enter the Purple Star Tower. Then we'll wait for him outside the Purple Star Tower. The eyes of a middle-aged male in black next to Ji Lian twinkled. In addition, Ji Lan seems to have gone with Zhao Feng. The lackey said in a small voice. Ji Lian's eyebrows instantly furrowed as flames of anger burned in his heart. Let's go. Ji Lian waved his sleeve and roared in a low tone. He had never been humiliated in the Ji family before, so he obviously wouldn't let Zhao Feng go so easily. Ji Lian's great-grandfather wouldn't attack Zhao Feng just for Ji Lian. Furthermore, no matter what, Zhao Feng was a guest that Sacred Lord Star Demon brought back. However, Ji Lian's great-grandfather told his second disciple, Ji Qingming, to follow Ji Lian. Ji Qingming was a quasi-sacred lord expert, just below Ji Dengtian. Ji Lian didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to teach Zhao Feng a lesson this time. Ji Qingming, don't be too heavy-handed when the time comes. Ji Lian revealed a deadly smile. Back then, Zhao Feng had made him lose all face in front of Ji Lan. This time, he was going to make Zhao Feng look even worse in front of Ji Lan. Otherwise, how else could he make Ji Lan stay away from Zhao Feng? Within the Purple Star Tower, Zhao Feng and Ji Lan slowly walked forward. The first floor of the Purple Star Tower was filled with disciples at the true spirit realm. Zhao Feng inspected with his left eye and found that there was a profound array around each cushion. Every corner of the Purple Star Tower has a spatial array that separates it from the outside world. Ji Lan explained to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng nodded his head. Without these spatial arrays, he wouldn't be able to cultivate here. On the second floor of the Purple Star Tower, it was still packed with small Origin Core Realm disciples of the Ji family. Zhao Feng and Ji Lan went all the way up to the 7th floor. The purple fog in front of him was as thick as water, and it filled the entire space. There were a total of 10 prayer mats on the 7th level, but only 6 of them were occupied. One of them was very familiar to Zhao Feng. It was Ji Dengtian. The 7th floor of the Purple Star Tower is suitable for emperors to cultivate. After saying that, Ji Lan came to a praying mat. Although Ji Lan's strength had far surpassed ordinary great emperors, she was still a great emperor. However, the 8th floor was a place where mystic light realms cultivated. Unless Ji Lan's soul had reached the level of a sacred lord, she wouldn't even be able to last a breath on the 8th floor. Everyone who entered the Purple Star Tower understood this. The dense purple mist in the air had a hypnotizing effect, and the effect would increase with each layer. As for the 8th level, it was a purple mist that could confuse even Holy Lord powerhouses. Mere emperors naturally wouldn't dare to go up there. Zhao Feng didn't say anything. He found a prayer mat and tried to test its effect. The moment Zhao Feng sat down on the cushion, the scenery around him completely changed. All he could see was endless violet mist, twisting and turning, and he couldn't see anyone. This purple mist seems to be the manifestation of my soul power, and it's controlled by my soul intent. Zhao Feng instantly felt what was unique about the Purple Star Tower. Zhao Feng's soul intent quickly controlled the mist nearby. In a while, Zhao Feng's surroundings turned into a heavy purple maze, and wind and lightning boomed above him. This is the perfect place for experts of the Tao of Illusions to create domains and little worlds. Zhao Feng praised. This place could materialize one's soul power, and it was extremely useful for creating domains and finding flaws in them. At the same time, he could feel that the mist within the prayer mat had an even stronger effect on the soul. This mist would only create illusions and increase mental energy pressure, but it did have the effect of refining the soul. Zhao Feng first perfected his illusion maze domain here. This was because if it was possible in the future, Zhao Feng planned to create another little world with the illusion maze domain. Zhao Feng also cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the soul recovery divine technique at the same time. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique was about to reach perfection, and the soul recovery divine technique was extremely fast. Zhao Feng would be able to try the soul splitting technique soon. Why did Zhao Feng want to try this extremely dangerous soul technique that only had the first level of the technique? There were 3 reasons. Firstly, the automatons of the Heavens legacy race had a very high evaluation of the soul splitting technique. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had the God's spiritual eye, so he was extremely good at analyzing techniques. Secondly, the 10,000 divine thoughts technique was about to reach perfection, and the benefits it brought to Zhao Feng were undeniable. Then, how strong would the soul-splitting technique, which was based on the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the soul recovery divine technique, be? Thirdly, the soul-splitting technique was extremely attractive to Zhao Feng. Once Zhao Feng succeeded, then the problem of Zhao Feng's god eye rejecting the Eye of Death would be solved. This meant that once Zhao Feng cultivated the soul-splitting technique and successfully split his soul, he would be able to merge the Eye of Death into his split soul. Zhao Feng didn't believe that his split soul would also have the God's spiritual eye. He believed that his God's spiritual eye was the same as the 8 great God eyes. It was unique. Time slowly passed, and it was noon. Ji Lan left the prayer mat and saw that Zhao Feng was still cultivating. Zhao Feng's soul intent has most likely reached the level of a sacred lord. It won't be a problem for him to cultivate here for a few days. Jilan sighed. She took out some soul-cleansing resources and ate them before returning to the prayer mat. Even Jilan didn't realize that Zhao Feng's cultivation speed was much faster than before. The next day, Jilan returned to the 6th floor and rested for a while before returning to the 7th floor. At this moment, Zhao Feng was still as motionless as before. The illusion maze domain is almost perfect. Zhao Feng was very satisfied. The more stable a domain was, the more convenient and powerful the little world would be. At the same time, after cultivating here for 2 days, Zhao Feng's soul intent, which had reached the level of a sacred lord, had become even purer. Furthermore, the illusion technique in Zhao Feng's mind had also formed. He combined the Eye of Illusion with the Purple Star Days and named it the Forbidden Illusion Lost World. The Forbidden Illusion Lost World would pull the enemy into an illusion created by Zhao Feng's God spiritual eye. It would then separate the enemy's soul intent from their body and confuse their senses, making them think that everything around them was real. If he used the Forbidden Illusion Lost World on Ji Lian right now, just one glance would be enough to make Ji Lian fall into the illusion for dozens of years. On the 3rd day, Ji Lan finally couldn't take it anymore. If she continued to stay in the Purple Star Tower, it would cause irrecoverable damage to her soul. Zhao Feng suddenly opened his eyes and left the prayer mat. "How is it? It's time to leave." Jilan smiled and said she believed that Zhao Feng had definitely experienced how extraordinary the Purple Star Tower was. He might not be used to it since it was his first time in the Purple Star Tower, so he wouldn't be able to stay for long. "You can leave first," Zhao Feng said as he walked forward. "What are you doing?" "That's the entrance to the 8th floor." Jilan was stunned. Zhao Feng wanted to go to the 8th floor after staying on the 7th floor for 3 days? One had to know that the disciples of the Ji family would enter the higher floors in their best state. Only then would they be able to stay for longer. Zhao Feng probably wants to see the 8th floor, right? Jilan smiled. After all, after Zhao Feng left, he wouldn't have the chance to enter the Purple Star Tower anymore. There were many arrays on the path from the 7th floor to the 8th floor. However, these arrays weren't there to stop disciples from entering, but to isolate the purple mist between the floors. Zhao Feng passed through the arrays and arrived on the 8th floor. If he was on the 7th floor, Zhao Feng's field of vision would still be 5 feet. However, on the 8th floor, Zhao Feng's field of vision would only be 1 foot. Even if he circulated the see-through ability of his left eye, he wouldn't be able to see the entire floor. Soon, the scene in front of Zhao Feng became chaotic, as if there were many ferocious beasts hidden in the mist. As expected, it's not simple. Zhao Feng was extremely excited as he circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and sacred Lord Soul intent. Everything in front of him instantly returned to normal, and it became an ocean of purple mist. The reason why Zhao Feng took the risk to enter the 8th floor was because he realized that cultivating the soul recovery divine technique in the Purple Star Tower was extremely effective. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's soul intent had reached the level of a sacred lord a long time ago. Cultivating on the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower was even more effective. Zhao Feng then found a futon and sat down. At this moment, Ji Lian and Ji Dengtian were getting impatient outside the Purple Star Tower. The other disciples of the Ji family that were waiting to watch a good show also started to leave. Suddenly, a purple light flashed on the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower, and it lit up. The hearts of the nearby disciples shook, and they stopped moving. The Purple Star Tower had a total of 9 floors, and only when a disciple was cultivating on that floor would it light up. The fact that the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower was flashing with a faint light meant that someone was cultivating on the 8th floor. However, the 8th floor was a place for sacred lords to cultivate. The 8th floor lit up. Could it be that a genius from the Ji family has reached the level of a sacred lord? I remember that Ji Dengtian was in there. Could it be him? The disciples of the Ji family gathered nearby were all talking at once, discussing spiritedly. This was because no sacred, Lord-level experts had entered the Purple Star Tower recently. This was why they guessed that an expert from the Ji family cultivating on the 7th floor had broken through and entered the 8th floor. Ji Dengtian was the strongest quasi-sacred lord of the Ji family, so this possibility was extremely high. What? Ji Dengtian? Ji Qingming's expression became grim. Ji Dengtian was indeed stronger than him, or else the spot for the Crown Prince trial would have been his. Now that Ji Dengtian had some fortune in the Crown Prince trial and had formed sacred lord intent after cultivating for a while, Ji Qingming was extremely angry. Luckily, he wasn't sure yet. Maybe Ji Dengtian was just trying to force his way into the 8th floor. Maybe the 8th floor's light would dim after a while. Jilan? Ji Lian revealed a faint smile, and he was extremely excited. Where's Zhao Feng? Ji Lian felt that something was wrong. Zhao Feng didn't come out with Jilan. He's still inside. Jilan gave a simple reply and walked to the side. Jilan knew what Ji Lian and Ji Qingming wanted to do when she saw them. She wasn't worried about Zhao Feng. Instead, she was worried about these two. Damn it, this Zhao Feng! Anger burned in Ji Lian's eyes. He could tell with one glance that Ji Lan was planning to wait for Zhao Feng to come out. Chapter 1003. Ji Lan waited on the 7th floor of the Purple Star Tower for a long time before she realized that Zhao Feng wasn't just going to the 8th floor to take a look. He was actually cultivating there. She stayed here because she wanted to see how long Zhao Feng, who had lasted 3 days on the 7th floor, could last on the 8th floor. Under normal circumstances, it would already be very good if Zhao Feng could stay on the 8th floor for 6 hours. One had to know that even the elders of the family could only stay on the 8th floor for 16 hours at the most. On the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower, Zhao Feng was the only one left. The world that Zhao Feng was in was filled with thick purple mist, and it was as thick as mud. When Zhao Feng turned the mist around him into his illusion maze domain, Zhao Feng could almost see what the illusion maze domain would look like after it turned into a little world. With Zhao Feng's deduction abilities and the help of the Purple Star Tower, Zhao Feng was able to instantly understand how the illusion maze domain would look like after it turned into a little world. After all, Zhao Feng already had the experience of creating little worlds. I've also cultivated the Soul Recovery Divine technique to the 5th level. Zhao Feng felt his cultivation speed. There were 10 levels to this technique, and the first 3 levels were the foundations. Therefore, Zhao Feng was able to complete them in just one night. With the help of the Purple Star Tower, Zhao Feng only needed 3 days to cultivate to the 5th level. Furthermore, the Soul Recovery Divine technique would be even faster on the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower. Of course, the 10,000 Divine Thoughts technique, which was about to reach completion, also helped. After all, the Soul Recovery Divine technique was the follow-up to it. At the same time that he cultivated these 2 techniques, Zhao Feng split off a part of his consciousness to comprehend the contents of some of the books that Sacred Lord Star Demon had collected. The books on the right side of the bookshelf were extremely comprehensive, and there were many theories that even Zhao Feng had never heard of before. These books greatly expanded Zhao Feng's knowledge. In the future, Zhao Feng would be able to fuse and create his own techniques. 6 hours later, even as Zhao Feng circulated his incantations, his psychic awareness began to grow chaotic. Zhao Feng immediately used the Soul Recovery Divine art that he had just cultivated. The effect of the Soul Recovery Divine technique on the soul was equivalent to the effect of a body refining technique on the body. After circulating the Soul Recovery Divine art, Zhao Feng's soul body became more active, and his soul energy increased greatly. Such an effect made even Zhao Feng jump in fright. Looks like I underestimated the usefulness of the Soul Recovery Divine art, Zhao Feng murmured. The liveliness of his soul greatly increased, and the corrosion of the Purple Star Tower's 8th floor decreased once more. 8 hours. 10 hours. Outside the Purple Star Tower, a commotion broke out. He actually persisted for 10 hours. His sole intent has just reached the level of a sacred lord. Yet he can last this long on the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower? Did Ji Dengtian obtain a soul-type treasure in the imperial tombs? The disciples of the Ji family kept guessing. Ji Dengtian. Ji Qingming had an ugly expression and was filled with anger. Although he had lost to Ji Dengtian in the fight for the spot to become crown prince, Ji Qingming had made up his mind to surpass Ji Dengtian. However, Ji Dengtian had stayed on the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower for 10 hours already. This made him lose confidence. Just as everyone was discussing, Ji Dengtian walked out from the entrance of the Purple Star Tower. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Ji Dengtian paused for a moment as he followed everyone's gaze. It wouldn't be strange even if there were people on the 8th floor, right? Ji Dengtian was speechless. However, all the disciples outside the Purple Star Tower had their mouths wide open when they saw Ji Dengtian walk out from the Purple Star Tower. Ji Dengtian, weren't you on the 8th floor? Why did you come out? The 8th floor is still lit up. Ji Lian said in shock. He was screaming in his heart about why the light on the 8th floor hadn't been extinguished yet. I didn't enter the 8th floor, but while I can enter the 8th floor, I probably won't even last the time it takes to make a cup of tea. Ji Dengtian shook his head. He needed to continue working hard. Hearing Ji Dengtian's reply, everyone became excited once more. If it's not Ji Dengtian, then who is on the 8th floor? I remember that no one else on the 7th floor should be able to do this. Ji Dengtian was also surprised when he heard everyone's words. No Sacred Lord experts had entered the Purple Star Tower over the past few days, but the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower had lit up for no reason. Who was on the 8th floor? Everyone was even more surprised. Ji Lan laughed in her heart behind the spectating disciples of the Purple Star Tower. There was no way she would tell these people that the person on the 8th floor was Xiao Feng. At this moment in time, within Sacred Lord Star Demon's Hall, 2 old, purple-haired figures stood there. Star Demon, you said that the 8th prince chose to stand on the 9th prince's side? An elder wearing a purple crown was slightly surprised. He wasn't just surprised about this. He didn't expect the 9th prince to become the crown prince. Sacred Lord Star Demon had just told him about some of the major events of the Crown Prince trial. Do I need to lie to you? Sacred Lord Star Demon gave a faint smile. This Xiao Feng is indeed not simple. He's already entered the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower, the elder in purple said in a low tone. He was still slightly suspicious that the 9th prince had relied on an emperor to turn the tide and become the crown prince. It's already been 10 hours. Can he last 16 hours? The elder in purple was full of expectation. His sole intent isn't any weaker than normal sacred lords. Sacred Lord Star Demon laughed and said, he had interacted with Xiao Feng many times, so he had a certain understanding of Xiao Feng. You mean he can last more than 16 hours? The elder in purple was surprised once again. Let's make a bet. I bet that he can last more than 20 hours, and I'll bet the eye bloodline technique book you obtained last time. Sacred Lord Star Demon's eyes spun as he spoke with a cunning tone. Sure, if you lose, I want what you obtained from Xiao Feng. The elder in purple agreed after hesitating for a moment. Only those at the early stages of the mystic light realm could stay on the 8th floor for 20 hours after entering the Purple Star Tower. According to what the elder in purple knew, Xiao Feng had already stayed on the 7th floor for 3 days. This was why he dared to make this bet. Furthermore, since Xiao Feng was able to enter the right bookshelf of Sacred Lord Star Demon, he must have given Sacred Lord Star Demon something that he wanted. What if he can stay longer or enter the 9th floor? Sacred Lord Star Demon suddenly thought of something and laughed. Ha ha ha. Star Demon, you're really getting old. If he can enter the 9th floor, you'll be in charge of the G family in the future. The elder in purple couldn't help but laugh. One had to know that the lowest requirement to enter the 9th floor was to be a sacred king. It had been almost 10,000 years since anyone from the G family had entered the 9th floor. Even the elder in purple didn't know what the 9th floor was like. Okay, you're the grand elder of the G family. You have to keep your word. Within the Purple Star Tower, Zhao Feng had already stayed on the 8th floor for 12 hours. His soul consciousness started to become chaotic once more. It was useless even if he circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the soul recovery divine technique. The Purple Star Tower isn't very helpful for cultivating the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Zhao Feng sighed faintly. At this moment, Zhao Feng was only one step away from reaching the peak of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. Although it was only one step, it was the most difficult step. If that's the case, then I'll have to use a special method. Zhao Feng made up his mind. He took out many rare herbs that could purify the soul from the misty spatial world and ate them. Zhao Feng's consciousness became clear and returned to normal. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. One thought turned into 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. Zhao Feng split up his thoughts and started to act individually. At the same time, Zhao Feng cultivated the 5 elemental wind lightning technique, absorbed the power of God tribulation lightning from the demigod head, refined a sacred lightning body, cultivated many battle techniques, and read thousands of books in his memory. Zhao Feng had never split his thoughts to the maximum and used them all. At this moment, Zhao Feng felt as if his head was about to split open. Luckily, the soul treasure he just ate kept on releasing surges of unique soul power that blocked the purple mist and nourished Zhao Feng's soul at the same time. At this rate, the energy of the soul treasure Zhao Feng just ate was absorbed to the maximum. 12 hours later, the energy of the soul treasure Zhao Feng ate was completely absorbed, and the scenery around Zhao Feng started to twist. However, at a certain moment, a calm undulation spread from Zhao Feng's soul consciousness, and all the discomfort in his soul disappeared. In that instant, the world around Zhao Feng returned to normal. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique has reached the peak stages, and my soul intent is close to the early stages of the mystic light realm. Zhao Feng was overjoyed. He didn't think that the 10,000 divine thoughts technique that he had obtained from Duanmu Qing's master would be able to help Zhao Feng cultivate his soul intent to such a level. On the other hand, this proved the grade of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique. After reaching the peak stages of the 10,000 divine thoughts technique, Zhao Feng placed most of his thoughts on the soul recovery divine technique, and he felt that his cultivation speed had increased once more. On top of that, Zhao Feng's soul intent had become stronger, which made his resistance against the 8th floor even stronger. This meant that Zhao Feng could stay on the 8th floor for even longer. Chaos broke out outside the Purple Star Tower. It's been 16 hours, but the 8th floor is still lit up. Impossible. Could something have happened to the Purple Star Tower? That's possible. There's no one on the 8th floor. Something must have happened to the Purple Star Tower. The people outside weren't willing to believe that someone could stay on the 8th floor for so long after their soul intent had reached the level of a sacred lord. Ji Dengtian, do you know who it is? Ji Qingming asked in surprise. Ji Dengtian started to think back. He knew the people on the 8th floor, and they were the same people when he left. I'm not sure. The people on the 7th floor shouldn't be able to enter the 8th floor. Ji Dengtian had a grim expression. That's impossible. Even Jilan didn't believe it. Did something happen to Zhao Feng? How could a normal person stay on the 8th floor? The commotion around the Purple Star Tower obviously alerted the few sacred lords in the family, but they didn't go in to see what was going on. Instead, they chose to wait outside for the surprise. The sky started to brighten. 20 hours had passed, and the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower was still flashing with a purple light. Within the Purple Star Tower, Zhao Feng opened his eyes. Even if he cultivated the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to the maximum, he wouldn't be able to stay on the 8th floor for so long. Luckily, the power of God Tribulation Lightning within his lightning soul body was able to get rid of the purple mist that had invaded Zhao Feng's soul. However, this wasn't a long-term solution because the power of God Tribulation Lightning couldn't keep up with his recovery speed. Only 50% of the God Tribulation Lightning symbols remained in Zhao Feng's soul. I can still last for a while. The Purple Star token could only be used once, and Zhao Feng didn't want to waste this chance. I wonder what the situation is like on the 9th floor. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be curious. If he used all his trump cards and the power of God Tribulation Lightning, Zhao Feng might be able to enter the 9th floor. However, if he failed, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to stay on the 8th floor. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Feng made up his mind. Let me see what the 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower is like. Chapter 1004. 20 hours have passed. Sacred Lord Star Demon had an excited expression. Originally, he only had a 50% chance of success. He didn't expect that Zhao Feng could really stay on the 8th level for such a long time. Therefore, he won the bet with the Elder in purple. Sacred Lord Star Demon won the bet. This kid's soul attainment is actually so high. The purple-crowned old man was shocked. It wasn't a big deal to give the Eye Bloodline Technique book to Sacred Lord Star Demon. Most importantly, they had discovered Zhao Feng's astonishing potential. Making friends with such a genius was definitely beneficial to the Ji family. Fortunately, he did not make a move against that junior because of Ji Lian. Instead, he ordered his second disciple, Ji Qingming, to follow Ji Lian. With that, there would not be any trouble. Don't forget what you said, Sacred Lord Star Demon reminded as he looked into the distance. Do you really expect him to enter the 9th floor? The purple-crowned elder couldn't help but smile. He refused to believe that Zhao Feng could enter the 9th floor even if he was beaten to death. He and Sacred Lord Star Demon were both grand elders of the Ji family, but the true power was in his hands. Outside the Purple Star Tower, it's been 20 hours. Even if someone's soul intent broke through to the Sacred Lord level, they wouldn't be able to stay in there for so long. I'll go take a look. Ji Dengtian could no longer suppress his curiosity. He didn't know when the Ji family had such a genius. After saying this, Ji Dengtian spent a lot of contribution points to enter the Purple Star Tower. We'll wait for Zhao Feng here, Ji Qingming said solemnly. When Ji Dengtian went to participate in the Crown Prince trial, he had used up all of his family's contribution points. He wanted to enter the Purple Star Tower, but he couldn't. All right, we can't let Zhao Feng escape. Ji Lian was very much in agreement. The other disciples outside the Purple Star Tower also chose to wait outside. After all, it was not worth it to waste so many precious clan contribution points just to go in and take a look at one person. Within the Purple Star Tower, Zhao Feng arrived at the staircase leading to the 9th floor and took a few steps. The 9th level is above our heads. Zhao Feng looked up. The purple mist was like mud piling up in the air. A line of words was engraved on the side wall of the corridor. Your cultivation level is not high enough. Don't enter, or else you might lose consciousness and be unable to come down. It seemed that many people were as curious as Zhao Feng. Boom! Zhao Feng's soul suddenly surged out, pushing aside some of the purple mist around him. At the same time, Zhao Feng used the 10,000 divine thoughts technique to control the power of his will more precisely to stop the purple mist from approaching. On the other hand, the soul recovery divine art could increase the defense of Zhao Feng's soul and give him a certain resistance against the purple mist. Bang! Zhao Feng directly entered the 9th floor. In an instant, the endless purple fog pressed down on Zhao Feng, as if it wanted to bury Zhao Feng completely. In less than half a breath's time, Zhao Feng's soul was squeezed and deformed. Praying mat. Zhao Feng took a step towards the cushion closest to him. Boom! As the soul was squeezed into Zhao Feng's soul, the purple mist instantly attacked Zhao Feng's soul. Boom! Boom! Zhao Feng immediately used the God Tribulation lightning symbols in his lightning soul body. The remaining 1,000 or so God Tribulation lightning symbols instantly flashed, and the power of the God Tribulation lightning spread. Boom! Boom! Sizzle! A lot of the purple mist that was squeezing onto Zhao Feng's soul was destroyed by the power of the God Tribulation lightning. The pressure on Zhao Feng lessened, and he took another step forward. Whoa! A faint layer of stars appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye. With the light of penetration, Zhao Feng's vision was almost unaffected, and he could see through everything. Therefore, Zhao Feng's consciousness was still relatively clear. The distance between Zhao Feng and the cushion closest to him was getting closer and closer. I might be able to dissolve the purple mist. Zhao Feng suddenly had an idea. However, the amount of purple mist on the 9th floor exceeded Zhao Feng's imagination, and it seemed to have become solid as it flowed through the entire space. Furthermore, the structure of the purple mist's particles was extremely complicated, and it wasn't practical to dissolve it. However, what if I change my method and use the decomposition technique? An idea popped into Zhao Feng's mind. Up until now, Zhao Feng's light of decomposition had always been fired in a straight line. However, the usage of the decomposition technique wasn't limited to this. Just like how many techniques were used, the key was whether the user could use them in a different way. Suddenly, a faint golden ripple shot out from Zhao Feng's left eye and spun in the air before wrapping around Zhao Feng, forming a faint golden protective barrier. Whoosh! The purple mist that kept on coming was partially dissolved when it passed through the faint golden protective barrier, greatly reducing the power of the purple mist. Bam bam! Zhao Feng suddenly took 2 steps forward and stood on the cushion. The 9th floor instantly flashed with a faint purple light. However, since Zhao Feng was standing on the cushion, it was equivalent to him cultivating on it. Therefore, the purple mist was even more powerful. Hold on. Zhao Feng's left eye flashed with a golden light, and layers of faint golden ripples surged out and wrapped around Zhao Feng. On Zhao Feng's soul, countless symbols of God Tribulation lightning lit up and activated the power of the God Tribulation lightning. At this moment, Zhao Feng used all his trump cards to the limit. Boom! The faint golden barrier around Zhao Feng's body disappeared, and the symbols of God Tribulation lightning in his lightning soul body also started to dim. The 10,000 divine thoughts technique and the soul recovery divine technique also started to lose their effect. He only stood on the cushion for 3 breaths of time. Leave. Zhao Feng's consciousness still maintained a certain level of clarity. Although he could last for 1 more breath, he would lose the ability to resist after that, and he might not be able to go down. Zhao Feng circulated his wind, lightning true yuan and instantly entered the staircase, arriving on the 8th floor. Because Zhao Feng had reached his limit in every aspect, Zhao Feng didn't have the ability to resist the purple mist anymore. Therefore, Zhao Feng couldn't resist the purple mist on the 8th floor, and his consciousness started to become chaotic. Rumble. Zhao Feng quickly flew on the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower and charged down the staircase, arriving on the 7th floor of the Purple Star Tower. The 7th floor of the Purple Star Tower was a place suitable for emperors to cultivate. Zhao Feng finally let out a breath when he arrived here. As long as he still had a wisp of soul intent, he would be able to stay here safely. Zhao Feng! Ji Dengtian was stunned when he saw Zhao Feng charge out from the staircase, leading to the 8th floor. It wasn't a disciple of the Ji family, but Zhao Feng cultivating on the 8th floor. Zhao Feng didn't bother with Ji Dengtian. He had only cultivated on the 8th floor for a day, and it shouldn't affect him much. He consumed some soul-nourishing resources and circulated the soul recovery divine technique to recover his soul injuries. The soul recovery divine technique has reached the peak of the 6th level. Zhao Feng couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. It seemed like taking the risk to enter the 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower was worth it. Zhao Feng, I didn't expect you to be able to stay on the 8th floor for so long. Ji Dengtian finally spoke. If it was Zhao Feng cultivating on the 8th floor, then everything made sense. After all, Ji Dengtian had witnessed Zhao Feng's strength, and he admitted defeat. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's performance in the Crown Prince trial was shocking. Therefore, Ji Dengtian wasn't that shocked about Zhao Feng anymore. And the Ji family's Purple Star Tower has a well-deserved reputation. Zhao Feng praised. Unfortunately, the Purple Star token could only be used once. Brother Zhao, go back and rest. It's your first time entering the 8th floor of the Purple Star Tower, and you've already surpassed normal sacred lords by being able to last this long. Ji Dengtian could see that Zhao Feng was weak. It would be abnormal if Zhao Feng came down from the 8th floor completely fine. Zhao Feng slowly absorbed the energy of the resources he just consumed while circulating the soul recovery divine technique to slowly leave the Purple Star Tower. Ji Dengtian remained on the 7th floor. After all, it was a waste to leave after spending so much contribution points. Outside the Purple Star Tower, did I see wrong? The 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower lit up just now. How is this possible? Someone from the Ji family can cultivate on the 9th floor? Could something really have happened to the Purple Star Tower? The spectators were dazed for a long time before they started to discuss. One had to know that the 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower was where sacred kings cultivated. It had been 10,000 years since the 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower had lit up. However, just now the 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower lit up for an instant. Although it was just an instant, its influence surpassed the 20 hours on the 8th floor. Should I report this to great-grandfather? Ji Lian realized that this matter wasn't simple. At this moment, Zhao Feng appeared in front of the Purple Star Tower. Ji Qingming, he's Zhao Feng. Ji Lian immediately threw what just happened to the back of his mind. A mere emperor has become so weak after entering the Purple Star Tower for the first time. Ji Qingming couldn't help but snicker when he saw Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, I can't believe you were able to hide in the Purple Star Tower for so long. Ji Lian immediately stepped out and revealed a fierce expression. With Ji Qingming's help, he didn't believe that he couldn't take care of Zhao Feng. Ji Lan saw Zhao Feng from afar and woke up from her daze. Although she didn't believe it, she knew that only Zhao Feng could enter the 9th floor of the Purple Star Tower. However, Zhao Feng looked extremely weak at this moment. It should be because he entered the 9th floor. In this case, would Zhao Feng be Ji Qingming's opponent? The other disciples of the Ji family also came over to watch. They had waited for a long time and still didn't know who was cultivating on the 8th floor. It wasn't a bad idea to have some fun now. Zhao Feng, if you can take 3 moves from me, I'll let you off today. Ji Qingming looked down from above and said in disdain. He didn't want to be known as someone who bullied the weak, which was why he said that. Although it was only 3 moves, if Ji Qingming went all out, he would definitely torture Zhao Feng until he wished he was dead. Scram, I'm busy now. Zhao Feng glanced at the two impatiently. Zhao Feng had gained a lot from his trip to the Purple Star Tower. He still had to rush back to recuperate and cultivate. How would he have the time to fool around here? Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Ji Qingming's expression became fierce. He didn't expect this junior to be so arrogant and disrespectful to him. Ji Qingming's eyes suddenly flashed with a purple light. However, in the next instant, Zhao Feng's golden eyes scanned over the two of them, and a soul-shaking eye intent spread out before instantly retracting it. The surroundings of the Purple Star Tower were dead silent. At that instant, the eye intent that Zhao Feng released caused their eye bloodlines to tremble, and they felt as if their souls were being suppressed by a mountain. On the other hand, Ji Lian and Ji Qingming were dazed. Their eyes dimmed as they fell into an illusion.